So I've got a funny scenario for you guys today. So as I am sitting here setting up, he has now escaped the crime scene, but my cat was literally just sitting on my lap. Not even like lying down like normal cats do. He's just sitting there, like chest up, just like cat. Yes, let's just see if this works. I'm too low. Oops. Oop. Yep, we're back to this model for today. But hello, hi, howdy, bar pananinos with that. Welcome on in, everybody. How y'all doing today? How's it all going? It's a relaxed one today. It's a chill one, rather than like everything being all up in energy. And that's a-okay. We have our little books over here. I should probably take my hat off. But yes, I still need to set up like some of the toggles for the new model at the moment. Or just set up a thing where we switch to the new model, because I don't actually have any of the commands set up for it. And none of the outfits that I technically have for this model would work with that one unless I just use the hats. To which, yeah, we can't have Chibi made outfit for the time being. But either way, I hope everyone's having a wonderful day. I should really load up the game. I've lost the game, hold on. I ended up playing like a couple of other bits while I was doing some stuff, so yeah, a little bit used to losing my marbles. I mean, I'm always losing my marbles, but that's besides the point. There we go. Hold on. This also allows me to at least get audio balancing back. That's a new one. Well, welcome on in, Ramura. How's it going? How you doing? Hope you're having a wonderful day. But yeah, that's a new one for me. I'm now Pack. Thank you for the care package, Faith. How's it going? How you doing? I hope you're having a wonderful evening. L. Yeah, I'm taking the L. Drink. I've got a drink. You make it seem like that I'm struggling or something. I do have a drink in front of me. And come on, this is not gonna be fun today, is it? Hold on, camera's being a bit awkward. It's really not wanting to work. Nope. No. Working? Yeah, that's fine. There we go. Yeah. Welcome on in, Faith. How's it going? How you doing? Hope you're having a good day. This one. Boobity boobity. Good, good. I'm glad to hear. I'm very glad to hear that. I need to move myself over. Like this. That's better. That's a little better. I might make myself a little bit bigger, why not? Oop. Yeah, that works for me. Yes, this one. This one. This one. There we go. It is just mainly reading today because we're at a very interesting moment. There we go. I've got enough to drink. Buddy is currently nowhere in sight. But yes, so this part, depending on how far I get, this part is going to be where there might be a bit more things that I think people might worry about. So that's why Palpor is still currently on, because it gets to this part where I get a bit dubious as to how much is too much. I know for a fact I do have to put trigger warnings for the next one that I do, but this one is like, it's a bit mix and match. Just move this down a bit. But okie dokie, I'm ready when you guys are. Luckily, I don't have to do any of the. I don't have to remember all the voices for now because it's an entirely new set of people. Okay. It drifts down from the sky above. A blanket woven by winter's seamstress. Draped in its frigid embrace, a rundown building. A broken egg nestled in the snow. Hi Frankie, welcome on in. How's it going? How you doing? I hope you're having a good day. Just doing some reading. Within the building, a shivering young girl could be seen, huddled in the hallway all alone. The girl had no name. No family, no background. No reason to reject the release of coming death. Happy 50th anniversary. Thank you so much. Nevermore Noir. It was technically yesterday, but thank you so much. Twitch is just going to be a bit of a pain about that, ain't it? They made me say it, but I mean, no, valid as hell, don't you worry. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to meet you. Yeah, doing alright. Just getting ready for the flooding. Please be careful with the flooding, okay? Because apparently it's, from what I've heard, it's bad. Yeah. Yep, today is just a chill one. Nevermore, we're just reading through a linear visual novel called Fallstreak, if you wish to have what is known as professional background noise. Note, not very professional, and very self-aware that it is background noise. Well, hi Haruki, how's it going? How you doing? Yeah, 130 kilometers, wind, not very fun. Not fun at all. Please be safe. Just having a relaxing evening, exploring Twitch and getting used to it. That's very fair. Honestly, it's fun to see like what you can find on Twitch, especially if you're thinking of a specific topic, or if you happen to just go with, hey, let's see who has the least amount of views, and then, why is this have no views? This is good, sort of thing, you know? Yes, please be safe, right? I'm sweating, I swear my room's the worst place in the house. Oh dear. Make sure you get some water, okay? I'm a Welsh born living in Australia, by the way. I have found my kin. I am currently aiming to get to Australia at some point. How is it there? How do you adapt? How do you adapt over there, Nevermore? Balance temperature went out the window. Fair. Oh, I'm partnered streamer on a small streaming platform. I'm moving here soon to escape, so trying to get used to run. Oh, I see. Well, welcome on in. I do hope that you have a very nice time over here. And I do hope that it goes very well for you as well when you transition from one place to another. I've been here most of my life, just warmer sometimes and very relaxed. I will take it. I am aiming to get over there at some point. Do you happen to be an old Welshman living in New South Wales? Wow. But yes, please. But yes, for anyone who's currently in Australia who has to suffer through the cyclone that's going through, please be careful. Nearly. Damn. That would have been a good one. Just checking fellow was good. Yep. On the southern coast. I see. Be back. As long as you take care, Fergie. There. But yes, don't worry. I will just be reading lines as people talk, so don't worry. Oh, Nevermore Noir, thank you again. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the archives, the membership for at the front desk. It's a pleasure to have you with us. Her eyes flicker and shift as she begins to slip into a deep slumber. Thank you kindly for the warm welcome. Anytime. I'm just happy people end up coming around. I'll do this just in case for now. What did I do to get such a bad back? Why did the bones do this to me? Listen, it's all part of growing up, Haruki. All part of growing up. It's warm. So very warm. But that's wrong. Why does it feel so warm? I open my eyes, only to be met with a head of scruffy hair. You're awake. The scruffy hair tilts back and two big round eyes peer up at me. A girl around my age. My back is a bloody squiggly line. It's gonna sound counterintuitive, but a hot shower might help. Because that'll at least try and release some of the stress on your back. And like all over your body if you have aches. And then also if you come out of it, it's like from really hot to really cold. So you should be able to get like a normal body temperature. But I can't, it's late. Oh no, that's not fair. Helps you sleep, it does. I had back issues too for a little while due to a dodgy cheap computer chair for years. I've since gone ergonomical and it helps. Wow. I mean, that's pretty good. As long as you're also taking care, Nevermore, okay? Anyone who comes in here and tells me, hey, I have had some form of pain, I am instantly gonna worry. So just make sure that you do take care of yourself. Also, I fell my English is running away. What? Oh dear, Ramara. Don't let the English go away. Oh dear. Also, regular stretches or fitness helps to strengthen the core and protect our fragile spines. Very true. Very true. For some reason, she had snuggled up against me and wrapped her blanket around us. You're hungry, right? Eat this. Reaching into the folds of the blanket, she pulls out a loaf of bread and presses it against my lips. My body acts automatically. Bite, chew, swallow. I repeat the process until the bread is gone. Pal, it took me 12 minutes to do my Duolingo, I'm cooked. Listen, it's better to do it and do it in like 12 minutes than not do it at all. It's a good habit to get into. Having filled my stomach, thought returns to me at last. 349, baby. Nice. Why? Oops, sorry. Why? Why are you helping me? Why am I helping you? With a big, wide smile, she answers me. Because I feel like it. For a moment, the world changes. I didn't know how to describe the change besides different. But it leaves a strong impression on me as it fades away. My name's Mallory. What's your name? I don't have a name. Eh? You don't have a name? Mallory makes a troubled face. But after falling silent for a while, she suddenly brightens up. Let's give you a name then. Oops. I was going to save this one for when I had a baby. What about Amine? Amine? Amine is a pretty name because you can shorten it to Ami. Ami means friend, you know. That's what Big Sis told me. Friend. Do you like it? I nod. Okay then. Nice to meet you, Amine. I feel like I want to keep saying anime instead, but... Also, languages... Japanese, music, and math. Nice. Cool. You'll be fine. Practice makes perfect. I'm new at the orphanage, so I don't know anyone yet. The thing that's close to anime. It's close to anime, it is. I used to muck it up when I was reading this ages ago. Because this came out in like 2018. But now I made my first friend here. Mallory smiles bashfully. Mallory. Yes, Ami? Mallory. Ami. Mallory. Ami! The two of us laugh. Oh, Laura, I have good news. What's the news? you know, the whole... the kind of match. I mean, it kind of matched, but I'm not going to tell you whether you're right or wrong. I've told you before, I will respond to any name you give me. You let Miss Paul stream start. Don't worry, Kronk, I didn't actually start too well. But hi, Kronk, how's it going? How you doing? Thank you for the head pat. Thank you. Oh, dear. Listen, again, you could just give me any name, Hurricane. I will just respond. I start my dojo internship on Monday. Yay! Good job! Good job. I'm so proud of you. Hello, Sir Francis. Hello, Kronk. How's it going? How you doing? I hope you're staying safe. Legit, no. That is the thing that I've just kind of adapted to, is if you give me a new name when you're directing something at me, I will respond to it. What about the name Sprinkle Cutie McMuffin Face? Yeah, I'll respond to that. I cleaned my kitchen. Nice. That's a good task. You should be proud of yourself. Okay, cutest bookkeeper alive. I'll respond to it. It doesn't mean I'll like it, but I will just respond because it's something that you're directing at me. Hey, Sissy, how are you? I'm doing okay, thank you. How about yourself? How's it going? How you doing? Apart from cleaning your kitchen. I didn't have any real reason for calling her name. I just liked how it felt when I said her name, and when she said my name. My name. Mallory. I keep forgetting that that's enough. I need to think lower for Amy, higher for Mallory. Okay. Did I tell you I gave you a title? No, you did not. I should give you a title. What title have you given you, say? It's okay, Bonty, just watching a pal. An apple. That's fair. I'm glad to hear that you're doing alright. Mallory, can I ask you something? What is it? What colour is snow? What colour is snow? She tilts her head at my question. It's white, right? It doesn't have a colour. White. Can you not see colour? I shake my head. The way I saw the world was different from other people. My eyes can see colour, and I know what colour is. I know it's supposed to be, but I still can't see it. You say as mother and queen of cupcakes, cakes and sweets, ruler of all baked dud. Ah, I see. How fancy. Deserved title, mind you, but fancy. A day with a first is a good day indeed. Indeed. Again, this is why I kind of have a redeem to basically be like, hey, you can just change my name for the stream. Because I will just respond to it. Huh. I don't really get it. I don't either, but I think I saw it for a bit. I think I saw colour when you spoke to me. Damn, Curran sure is kind. Pal the greatest bookkeeper alive, protector of all stories and friends. Aw, that's actually really sweet. I like that one. I like that one a lot. Ooh, really? That means there's hope. We need to figure it out. Not being able to see colour sounds so sad. We'll definitely find a way to make you see it. Pinky swear. My life changed on that day. Atticus has a lovely voice. Wow. With a purple scrunchy thingy. I had no cute things in your hair. You mean my bow? This is a bow. Yeah, the thing in my hair at the moment, this is a bow. It's a bow. It is. What changed on that there? A lone girl with no background, no identity. There had been no future for me, who balanced on a fragile present with no past to support me. I thought you had water waves in your hair. I mean, that's just the hair. The thing that's on the back, the white thing with like the little stars on it, that's a bow. Very cute, very nice, yes. Maybe bedtime, I may be back. No worries, you go take care, Haruki. Holva amitra. But by meeting Mallory, I gained something. Love you, Mal. Love you too. Yeah, the white things. I thought it was water waves. Nope. This isn't... Again, witch librarian. Or just witch, technically, for this model. But, witch librarian... Why would that be an ocean? Fun logic. Fun logic. If someone only eat books for life, does that person be considered a vegan? I hate your logic. I hate your logic. Immersion destroyed by the cruel cosy. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. But at the same time, I like correcting. For meeting Mallory, I gained something. A reason to live. She showed me it could exist. Colour. A human being full of colour and warmth. Why had she saved me? Who was this girl that had given me a name, who promised to help me see? Those questions breathed life into my empty chest, giving me the will to reject death. I only have one regret. The lie I told her on that day. There's one colour I can see. The colour that flows from a person when their time has come. Gagoo. Anyway. Is it considered vegan to have a nosebleed? That's a very good question. Humans don't technically isn't considered animal product. Therefore, yes. At the same time, if humans are considered animal product, then no, it's not considered that. If you happen to be a Jehovah's Witness, on the other hand, that nosebleed, you should be very careful with that. Blood is sacred, and also they can't have blood transfusions unless it's like researched into stuff that's not actual human blood going through, because blood is sacred and all that jazz. So they can't eat blood, and they can't have blood transfusions. Anyway, fun time. Please work. Why is it not working? Okay, my model stopped for some reason. Hold on. Please. Please? Okay, it legit just stopped. Do I have to have like another light on or something? Give me a second. How's it stopped? Do this, do this. Nope, wrong setting, wrong setting. Come on. There we go. Okay, it didn't want to work. And now it does. Great. I can turn this one off now. Okay. Love you, pal. Love you too, Sam. How's it going? How you doing? I hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful day. Anyway, I've literally just left blood on the screen. Jinx, yep. Anyway, Gecko. It flowed from his pierced throat. A beautiful, vivid hue, painting over the monochrome canvas of the world. The colour was not as vibrant as when Mallory spoke to me, but it filled me with an ecstasy that numbed my mind. Let me lick it, I love blood. Oh boy. More. I want to see more. Did you hear what happened last night, Amy? A boy slipped and fell in the kitchen. He was holding a knife and it went straight through his throat. Is that so? What was he doing in the kitchen? You're not supposed to go there after bedtime. He was the big kid that always took other people's food. They think he might have been trying to steal more, since the lock looked like it had been chipped away with a knife. Okay, that's working better. He took your food once, didn't he? Yeah, but... He'll never do that again now. Amy. Then we'll go drink some wake-up juice. Go get that wake-up juice. I'm currently doing story time, so it's gonna help people go to bed even. An impoverished orphanage where there were many mouths to feed, but nowhere near enough to go around. It was a place where passively waiting for a meal was the same as idly inviting death. Famine, plague. In times like such, those that thieve are the ones that live to see another day. Bye. Bye-bye. Huelva Amitra. Goodbye for now. Both within the orphanage and outside it, I stole. Naturally, taking that food meant it would never reach another child's hungry mouth. I need to move myself down. There we go. But so long as Mallory could eat, I had no qualms with shouldering the burden. There were times when stealing wasn't enough, though. When food was especially short, there was only one thing to be done. Many mouths to feed, not enough to go around. If there's nothing you can do about the latter, you simply have to do something about the former. In the end, an inescapable cold truth would always dictate my actions. Fewer mouths to feed meant more for those that remained. Be careful near those stairs. Last month a girl fell down them and broke her neck. He must have eaten something that went bad. He was throwing up a lot that night before. So long as it was made to look like an accident, nobody questioned it. The details of how we went mattered little when so many of us were on the verge of starvation. Such was the life we knew. Anno Mundi, 900. 10 years before the fire of collapse. No, I don't like it. Why would they come back for you after abandoning you for so many years? It'll be fine, Amy. I told you how I have an older sister, right? She's always been very sickly. Since her medicine cost so much, my parents decided to leave me at the orphanage for a while so they could afford it. It looks like everything's better now, so they want me to come back. I don't trust them. They've never even visited you until now. I think it might be hard for you to understand, Amy, since you've never had a family before. It's true. Having grown up in the orphanage since my first memories, the concept of a family has never seemed more like a fable to me. You'll visit? I'll come by here as soon as I'm settled. Pinky swear. Weeks passed without me hearing anything from Mallory. I began to grow restless. The sleepless nights ate at my heart, until I could no longer bear it. Taking to the streets, I searched fruitlessly without rest. Then, one day, I came across a chance encounter in Socrates' back alleys. A man I recognized as Mallory's father was conversing with a larger man in fine clothing. "No more trial runs. We'll complete the transaction today. Has the time come to take my dear Snow White home? Oh, but how it pains me to tear her away from her oh so loving family." "Shut up. What a miserable man you've become. I do think it regrettable, you know. So bright and talented. You had a wonderful future ahead of you. Yet you now live in a broken shell of a home, having pawned all your belongings. And to think you go even this far. How truly pitiful." "You have the money, I trust?" "Of course." "Let us go, then." Melting into the shadows, I trail after the two men. They take me to the site of what once may have been a fine house. Mallory's father lets the man in. He surveys the area before entering after him. It's time. My heart beats not. I slid up to the door, listen, intensely. Breath does not come from my mouth. I pick the lock, soundlessly, smoothly. My feet do not tread upon this earth. I slip inside. Inside, I slip. But I am colourless. I can see it. His back. Mallory's father. Hunched over a table, he fixedly recounts the money he had just received. It's still not enough. The splashing of blood. With cold brutality, I saw deep into his throat, judiciously severing both arteries. Within moments, his muffled gurgling grows silent as his colour spills over his beloved money. Kill confirmed. I turn my attention to deeper within the house, an area where noise could be heard from. Down a set of stone steps, I enter a dimly lit basement. The man from before. He towered over the limp figure of a lone girl. That girl was Mallory. "I meant to toy with you before taking you back to the manor, but I think you'd faint upon hearing the news. Was it really that shocking, being betrayed by your beloved family? You're no different from the other girls, you know. No matter how much I played with you, you never broke. That's why I'm really looking forward to seeing how long you last. You are mine now. Mine, and only mine." Oozing with sleaze, the man fingers Mallory's unmoving figure. Something spikes and surges through me at the sight. Dashing forward, I trace a wide arc across the man's neck with my knife. But with unprecedented reflexes, the man manages to shield himself. "Who the hell are you?" The man roars angrily as he clutches at his bleeding wrist. I step back as he lashes out violently with his uninjured left arm. Ducking under one of his wild swings, I slip around him, low to the ground, and slice into his calf, causing him to lose balance and sprawl onto all fours. The finishing blow. Honing in on the base of his neck, I let my blade descend. But at the last moment, he thrashes and it plunges into his lower back instead. Whoa! Making use of his sheer size, the man rams me into the wall. He slams me against the ground and wraps his hand around my neck. Die! That was a bad take of that. Oh dear. Lower back, left section. Arching my torso off the ground, I draw my right arm back as far as possible. Then I jam the fingers of my left hand deep into the wound on his wrist. When his grip loosens, I muster all of my strength and strike him as hard as I can, right under where the knife is embedded in his back. Claff. What the hell is the noise of claff? Twisting free of his weakened grasp, I kick out his injured leg. I use the leverage to wrap my arms around his neck and pull him into a guillotine choke. In a desperate last-ditch effort, he tries to lift me into the air. But the closed guard I applied in conjunction with his half-calf injury makes it impossible for him to gain a footing. Gafu. Eventually, he falls silent and goes limp. I take the opportunity to wrench my knife out his back, burying the tip into the base of his neck. I'll be back in a minute. I need to go check a noise. I'll be one moment. Just need to quickly go check a noise. Okay, false alarm. Nothing too important. There we go. Okay, that's good, yep. Hi Wraith, how's it going? How you doing? Hope you're having a wonderful day. Although guys, some sound at my door is not what I wanted to hear. Listen, it sounded weird, okay? It was just some letters. It wasn't doing anything too important, it was just letters. Yeah. I pull free. His heavy body hits the ground with a dull thud. A deep breath. I rise from the ground. Mallory. I stumble over to her, only able to look on blankly at the state she had been reduced to. The abuse she has sustained was simply too cruel. The stubborn girl who always helped others with a dumb smile. What twisted will deemed that she deserved such a fate? Droplets of blood began to drip from my face onto her closed eyelids. They trace a path down her cheek, causing her to weakly open her eyes. Amy? A hoarse, broken voice. It was barely recognizable. Is that you? It's me. Amy. Yes? Amy. Oh, hi Chosen! I hope you're having a wonderful day. Thank you so much for the lurk. I hope you're taking care of yourself. Amy. Mallory. Amy. Mallory. Amy. Our laughter echoes weakly through the dim underground room. I'm a bit tired, so I'm going to rest a bit little more. Sorry. I'll watch over you. Pulling out a handkerchief, I wipe the blood from her face. This handkerchief, Mallory had made it for me out of the fabric of her dress. According to her, it fit me because I was as blue as the boundless sky. It was as blue as the boundless sky. Gently separating from her, I ease her figure to the ground. Thud. The sound of a footstep. I turn in place, only to be met with a woman's paralyzed expression. Mallory's mother. She must have just returned home. With a shriek of terror, she tries to flee. my blade was already no longer in my hand. It lances deep into her thigh, tripping her and causing her to smash her head against the stone steps. Desperate to get away, the woman claws her way up the stairs. I don't let her. I rip the knife out of her leg. Ah! She screams in pain and kicks out at me. I back off and wait. When she begins crawling again, I let the knife fall onto her vulnerable lower joint. Repeatedly, without pause. By the time she makes it to the floor above her, lower body is completely crippled. I step over a fallen figure, watching on as she rolls onto her back and raises her arms in surrender. Please, I didn't want it to come to this either. To her pleas for mercy, I say nothing. Instead, I grab one of her arms and slice into the tendons of her elbow. Mallory's mother wails in agony. She begs to me with her face streaked with snot and tears. What do you want? Please, I'll tell you anything. What do you want? Maybe I should really put a thing on here. Was there a... Maybe put this one. But she's not... It just describes it. It doesn't really depict. I'm not sure. I really want to put a sensory thing with how much, like, it describes, like, the, I'll put it to discretion at the moment, and then if it happens to be too bad, I will just put the, thing on it. Answer me. Why did you take Mallory away from the orphanage? Yeah. Well, I guess I got cat ears for a bit. We needed the money to pay for her sister's medicine. You told Mallory her older sister's condition is stabilized. We lied to her. Her condition was actually got worse. She couldn't even leave the hospital. But we couldn't afford it. So we... I see. So that's how it was then. No, that's how it was. What are you going to do with me? I'm going to torture you to death. No, please, I swear to you. We did everything we could. With a cry of pain, her last functioning limb drops limply to her side. You didn't stop it. Her maimed figure resembled a marionette with its strings cut off. Mallory's father, did you see what I did to him? Grabbing her by the hair, I drag her helpless figure through the house. With her limbs disabled, she had no way to resist. The only thing she could do was sob wretchedly as her scalp stretched and tore under the force. Mallory's father was exactly where I left him. But what did you do to him? Leaving her to writhe on the floor below, I approach the table. I pull his head back, exposing his gaping gullet and rolled back eyes. No. Dear! Mallory's mother weeps in tear-choked heartbreak as her eyes fall upon the cavernous glass, really. The cavernous gash on her beloved's throat. I can't speak, what the hell? It's a shame I couldn't take my time with him. I glide over to her trembling figure and bend down, bringing my face close to hers. But it's fine. I whisper flatly into her ear. Because there's you. I turn to the kitchen cabinets. Begin rummaging through their contents. Kitchens are full of things you can use to torture people, you know. Mortar and pestle. It's ironic, isn't it? Kitchen shears. The heart of a home where the people go to nourish their bodies. A glass cup. I'll serve you a fine last meal. With the routine air of someone preparing supper, I smash the glass cup and begin grinding the shards into fine dust with the mortar and pestle. I really should put a sensor on this. Oh my goodness. Oh, come on, use you! Happy a million anniversary. Oh my goodness, thank you. Also, hi Dofi. Welcome on in, Raiders. How was the stream, Yuzu? How was the stream? Happy a million anniversary. Thank you. It was technically yesterday, but thank you. How was your stream? What were you doing? Stream was interesting. What was going on today? To say the least. Tell me all about it. Faith, what did you do? But yes, no, anyone from Yuzu's chat? Well, welcome on in. Scuffy, that's fair. And I was a mouldy. Valid. But yes, anyone who's just come in from my Yuzu stream. Hello, hi, howdy. My name's Pal Diacula, head librarian and resident witch of the Archives, a library based in the Void. I tend to do cozy, comfy streams. I try and do productive streams every so often now. I like doing story time streams like this, where, again, linear visual novel at the moment. But yeah, it's a pleasure to meet you all. Nipaldi usually said that you were cute and wholesome. Okay, I try my best, but this current thing I'm reading is far from wholesome. I'm telling you that. You've literally come in at a time where a character is currently, trying to torture somebody. We are currently reading a torture scene. That is not cute nor wholesome. But yes, anyone who come from Yuzu, especially you as well, Yuzu, if you need to go eat, sleep, get something to drink, take care of some pets, socialize with people, take over a government, get a shower, feel free to go do that first, and then feel free to come back and relax over here. Pish Posh, it's from Pal, it's always cute. Back, welcome back. Right, I'm gonna quickly put the censor thing on hold on. Because otherwise I'm gonna feel bad. There. I have to lurk, unfortunately, because I need to hurry and feed my kitty. Go feed the lordship. Go feed the lordship or ladyship of your kitty. No, it's not from Raid. It's okay. Give kitty plenty of food. Yes, indeed. But yes, so at the moment we are reading a visual novel called Fallstreak, and I knew that there was going to be some rough scenes near the like the second half of this. So if you feel uncomfortable by any of the stuff that I'm going to be reading, because sometimes I feel I don't know if something's going to trigger somebody, and there's no way for me to even know. So if you feel like you want to stay in the stream and watch it through, then if you feel there's a scene that's making you uncomfortable, then I have a specific command called Pal Pause, which is basically a thing to let me know that, hey, chat is feeling a little bit uncomfortable about something. Instead of me missing out on the message, it's like, hey, we're gonna take a little break, we're gonna like gather our thoughts, and we will just have like a small couple of minutes just to relax a little bit before we get back into it. Because there are times where people are like, I want to watch my favorite streamer, or I want to watch my cool streamer, but the stuff I'm watching is uncomfortable. This is kind of the way of being like, hey, we'll flag up that this is uncomfortable, and if like the majority feel, hey, this is a bit too much for us, then we can just like skip on, and that's a-okay. Because I'm one for people who I'm one for like having the option of, hey, I want to voice being uncomfortable, but I also have the anxiety of sometimes it's a bit hard to. Yes, my lordship, Lord Kitty the Meowsty, we're pleased to hear that. Fair enough. I'd rather throw my headphones, but these rules are good. Yeah, well, I like making sure that people have options. I fully warn people, this is stuff that might potentially not make people feel too comfortable. I read this in my... I end up reading this normally anyway, so it's a case of what might not be comfortable for me could be comfortable for me, might not be comfortable for you. So that's kind of what I'm thinking. So, hello, Cooper. I have the little, the little Moogle thing. Well, I guess I'm a Moogle for a while. 9:55, actually have to sleep. Good night, pal. Good night, Haruki. Hulda, Amitra. Have a wonderful sleep. Yes, I am warning everyone who's just come in. This is technically a character trying to torture somebody. So, while there's no necessarily depiction of the graphic of somebody actually torturing, it is all going to be read. So if you feel uncomfortable by listening to this, I am a-okay for you to like turn me off for today. Like I fully do not mind. We'll have a relaxing torture session. Wow. I know there's probably another scene that's going to become, or a couple of scenes that might be coming up for this second half of it too that's a bit uncomfortable, but I'm just making sure that I like making sure people are aware, you know? People have options. They're not going to come in and think, oh yeah, this is completely like wholesome and cute and cuddly and stuff. No. I like reading stuff that happens to make you think. And this is making you think. Anyway. Please, you don't have to do this. My preparation's complete. I place the selected items down next to her. I wonder. Your neighbours should be used to hearing screams. Let's test it. Will anybody come? Mallory's mother shakes her head in warped denial as I press down on her with shears in hand. For example, a house from which screams erupted on a regular basis. If screams were to fill the air once more, why would anyone have any reason to care? Hysterical. Because this woman has stood by as her daughter cried out in vain, help would never come for her own dying screams. Ah! I place her finky... I place her fingies between the chairs. Oh, come on. Really? That's the one I muck up? Because I was gonna read Pinky Finger, and I was gonna read Finky Pinger instead, which I don't like saying that. Okay. Finky. Yes, her fingies. I place her pinky finger between the shears. Squeeze down. Chop. The tip comes flying off. My eyes take it all in. They lap up the freshly spilt blood. Lick and devour it. It's so vibrant. Even the colour of people like her. Something twists and clenches in me as the sound of her screams. Had Mallory screamed like this, locked in the dark basement all alone, unable to get away, forsaken by the very ones she trusted, with no hope of rescue or escape. Please, stop. Methodically working through her extremities, I switch to my knife and slice open her gut. I reach into her abdomen and pull out her bowels. I show them to her. But she shuts her eyes to avoid beholding the sight. How futile. Grabbing her head, I slice off her eyelids and force her to bear witness to her spilt innards. I watch on as her eyeballs gyrate and roll into their sockets, repeating a cycle of fainting and awakening to the horror and pain. Oh. Jeez, I didn't remember this being so gruesome. Next, I slice open the tissue supporting her jaws and smash her nose with the pestle. I bring the mortar filled with glass dust to the woman's lips. What a wholesome story! Indeed! Well, come on in, Indy. How's it going? How you doing? I'm really sorry that this is the thing you come in on. I promise you the scene is not much longer. Now drink. Her nose crushed, she had no choice but to continue breathing through her mouth, even as fine glass shards funneled down her throat. In response to the foreign object entering her lungs, her body automatically starts coughing. That only causes the glass bits to burrow deeper into the delicate tissue. No, it's funny, don't worry, I'm into dark humor a bit. Don't listen, this story can get a little bit dark. I'm glad that you were okay with it. How's it going? How you doing? Blood begins to spew from her mouth as the glass tears her apart from the inside. Pouring the glass had been her death sentence. With this, she cannot be saved. No matter how agonizingly long it may take, Mallory's mother will die without fail. As I watch over the woman's death throes, my eyes catch on something amidst her splayed entrails. An organ that brings life into the world. Proof that one has given birth. A mother's womb. Fire sparks through my veins as I look upon it. I plunge my knife into the uterus. It's just a period cramp, it's fine. Nope, it's not. Over and over again. Why did I let her go? Why had I taken so long to realize? Why? Directing the vitriol in my heart into the blade's tip, I mutilate the organ in a blind fury. For all this time, I've been idle. Idle as Mallory suffered. Mallory's mother was no longer breathing, but the ire consuming me did not lessen. It's not enough. This boundless hunger within me. No matter how much I gorge, I can never sate it. The world will kill and eat. Supporting myself against the wall, I unsteadily rise to my feet. The world will kill and eat. The scene I had painted in my wrath. No long breathing, huh? You don't say. I know, right? It's like she's not breathing or anything. It's so full of colour. I've always been told. Flowers are beautiful. Flowers are full of colour. It's true. When their petals have been spread all over the room like this, it's beautiful. After regaining my composure, I turn away from my handiwork. There was work to be done. Oil, rags, firewood. When everything is set up, I return to the basement with water and cloth. Mallory. Even when the marks on her body fade, will the scars upon her soul ever fully heal? I'll erase it all. Taking Mallory upon my back, I light the house on fire. As we leave the accursed place behind, I resolve upon something in my heart. This innocent girl who's only ever helped others with a dumb smile. I won't let anyone hurt her anymore. Even if the world becomes my enemy, I will stay by her side and protect her. That I swear. Okay, I think I can turn off the violent decryption. Sweet. There we go. Okay, I don't think it's violent anymore. Okay, correction, I don't think it's as violent anymore. I'll chill to this. Chill's a strange word to use for the context of this cute story. In the background, if that's okay. I haven't slept in a while. No. Go for it. This is technically what I consider like my storytime segments. I'm like these sort of Wednesday mornings for me. I happen to use them because I know people either haven't slept or are about to sleep. So I use them to technically go find games to tell stories with. And because this is linear, I don't necessarily have to think about anything. But yeah, no, go for it. Go get some sleep. Go get some rest, okay? Who is it? Come out. I know you're there. I slip through the shadows to the girl besides and press a knife into her throat. However, she shows no sign of distress. She shows no sign of distress. Pleased to make your acquaintance. My name is Fina. This girl. She did not fear death. Realizing it held no weight, I lower the knife. Mallory's older sister? That I am. And you are? I'm Mallory's friend, from the orphanage. Fina smiles and sighs contentedly. Good girl. She's always been good at following instructions. You must have had your hands full looking after her. That girl doesn't know how to be selfish, you know. Without someone like you as her ally, she would never last in a place like that. Might I know your name? Amine. Huh, the same name that she was planning on giving her firstborn. It must be fate that led you two together. How can I help you, Amine? Do you know of it? What your parents have done to Mallory? What? They lied to Mallory. Took her from the orphanage and locked her in the basement. Letting men do bad things and ravage her. They trafficked her over and over again. All for money. Money for your treatment. How could they? Fina's lips quiver. Her fingernails dig into her palms. Even though I told them so many times. To just let me die! Unjolly. Unjolly indeed. Again, this is why I have the command. She tries to rise, but the axe sends her into a hacking fit. Sapped of strength, she crumbles and collapses against the bed. I have to stop them. There's no need. Your parents are already dead. Your house, as well, is nothing but ash. Fina goes quiet. She studies my face intensely. It was not the reaction I had expected. Are you not angry? They fell by my hand after all. You did all that to protect Mallory? I see. Thank you, Amine. I don't understand it well. But your parents, they were family to you. You should be angry, sad. Yet you are thanking me. Why? They are already dead, and I'll be following them shortly. But Mallory is still alive. Not enough to convince you, huh? I'll tell you then. It's true that I once loved them, but that feeling has long dried up. I just don't care anymore. Don't feel a thing at the news about the dead. I know it's ungrateful of me. After all, they sacrificed so much, threw away everything for my sake. But I never asked for any of that. Fina turns to a vase on her bedstand where a single solitary flower lay. Reaching out, she strokes the head of the flower. The petals ply under her fingers. They curl and fall to the ground. Every time they visited, they would always bring flowers. To liven up the room, they would say. But I never wanted any flowers. All I ever wanted was to lie with my hands turned up and be utterly empty. Empty as I faded away. This girl. It wasn't that she didn't fear death. Rather, death was what she wanted. What she wished for. They knew of how you felt. I've told them countless times. But there are none so deaf as those who will not hear. When they spoke to me, they would look at me. But they would never see me. That's how it felt. Fina lets out a deep breath and lets her body fall limp. Even the mere act of speaking seemed exhausting for her. I made my peace a long time ago, but my parents were never able to accept it. It's always been like this. Mallory's always been made to suffer for my sake. If only I hadn't been born. A thin line of blood traces down Fina's cheek as she descends into a violent coughing fit again. Can you give me your hand, Amine? Her limbs shaking like those of a newborn fawn, Fina reaches out and places a keychain in my palm. Attached to it were a single key and a little clay chicken. There was nothing noteworthy about the key. The chicken, though. It's ugly. Don't say that. Mallory made it for me when she was little. It's very dear to me, you see. What should I do with this? Give it to my doctor and explain the situation to her. She'll take care of the rest. We set up a trust fund for Mallory in case something like this happened. Though I can't exactly say I expected both of our house and parents to go ahead of me. I gazed down at the keychain Fina had entrusted with me. This is my final gift. The last thing I do with this cursed life. Fina smiles feebly. It's the same. That dumb smile Mallory makes as she helps others. Buddy, no. Hello, Serenity. How's it going? How you doing? Buddy, come on. Come on, move around here. You can go on my lap if you want. My cat is really on timing with like emotional stuff. Really, the camera's really being annoying today. You can come on my lap if you want. Thank you for the head pat, Serenity. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Come on, Spud. Come on. Come on. Do not go around, please. Just... Thanks, Noisy. Hiya, Noisy. How's it going? How you doing? Come on, buddy. There's room for you. Come on. There we go. Good boy. We let the cat do what it wants. We do. Especially if my camera decides not to work. Oh, hi. Hi, Star. How's it going? How you doing? Long time no see. Hello, hello. Let's move myself down a bit. Yes, buddy. That's a microphone. But thank you for the head pat as well, Noisy. Thank you for the head pat, Star. Goodbye, buddy. Oh, dear. Don't worry, guys. You've just missed Moida. Hope you both are doing okay. Well, hope all three of you are doing okay. Hold on. Okay. I'm fasting right now. Oh! Oh, bye. I hope you at least are taking care of yourself. And I hope that your fasting period is going well for you too. I lean in close enough to feel her ragged breath on my face. You're just like her. Running my fingers through her hair, I take in her scent. It's also Ramadan. Happy Ramadan to you! I really hope that it's going well and you feel closer to your close to Allah, peace be upon him. I'm still a little bit I know just about what Ramadan is. I'm still a little bit naive, and as it were, about the like the implications of Ramadan. That's what I'm trying to say. As I also try not to lose my voice, that'd be great. Oh dear. I'm pretty ticklish, you know. My doctor fusses over it all the time. Even her laugh was the same. I couldn't really see well before. Fina reaches out and cups my cheek with her hand. But you're quite the beauty, aren't you? My body shudders at the unbelievable comfort of human touch. Even without spreading her open, I could tell. She was overflowing with colour. Colour so thick, it was maddening. I want to consume her, but I desperately restrained myself. You really care about Mallory, don't you? Gently easing my hand open, Fina entwines her fingers in mine. It makes me so jealous. Her voice takes on a mysterious tone as she presses my hand against her chest. Can you feel it? The rise and fall of her chest. Her rhythmic heartbeat. It's proof I'm alive. That I exist here and now. My mind goes numb as I gaze into her eyes. Her wet lips, overflowing with unspoken sentiment. Her pale skin, dappled in blushing moonlight. Her frail smile, laden with fathomless longing. I want to make her mine. By the way, yes, lesbians. Being alive is so painful. It's the same for you, isn't it? I know. Can tell. Yet, even then, you continue to live on. Strongly, with all that you have. I can't stand it. It's not fair. It's not fair that Mallory gets to have you all to herself. Wrapping her arms around my neck, Fina draws me in close and whispers into my ear. So just for one night, let me have you to myself. Yes, lesbians. Sorry, I just sneezed and it decided to like unsync my face. That's great. The seasons turn. With them, an autumn leaf falls. As promised, Fina had willed everything under the family name to Mallory. The two of us held a small service for her in a playground near the hospital. I didn't know what kind of relationship Mallory had with her older sister, but the way she stood unmoving for hours on end before Fina's remains made me think. I think it might be hard for you to understand, Amy, since you've never had a family before. The concept known as family was truly something I didn't understand. Several months passed uneventfully as the seasons followed their due course. However, a startling realization dawned upon us as the year went by. Mallory was with child. I'm sorry, Mallory is with what? Oh boy. When the day of delivery came to pass. Oh my god, my throat is just gone. Give me a second. Okay, let's see. I really don't know what's going on with my throat today. When the day of delivery came to pass, a healthy young girl was brought kicking and screaming into the world. We ended up naming the baby Alouette. You know what? The voice I gave Alouette only partially works. Year of the fire collapse. Mommy, mommy! Gurgling noisily, Kalia waves her hands and reaches out for me. Where do you think you're going, Kalia? I watch on as she crawls under my desk and pokes her head out from beneath the folds. Not you too, Triss. This little one had a habit of following after his adventurous sister's example. Dad? Poking his head out alongside his sister, he peers into my eyes with a curious expression. Looks like they're trying to get back into their original home. Or Chillhop, a man whose hands always seemed to be occupied with something. Even now he was hunched over a table, nimbly nimbly working a series of fixtures into a strange mechanical contraption. I'm not letting you back in there. You two kick too much. Mada! Mada! What is this child doing? Kalia can speak normally. What is this Mada Mada Triss keeps saying? It's sort of pissing me off. Honestly, this... She's just such a... She's just a weird one for a mother. Ortoon makes a troubled expression, but doesn't break his fine line of concentration. I think he's trying to combine Mama and Dada into one word. He's got an innovator's blood in him. Shoo, you little rascals. I settle back into my seat, chasing out the two naughty scamps. Wah! Daddy's busy. Go bother Mommy, you two. Kalia, Tress, come here. A silence broken only by Ortoon's continued tinkering descends upon the room as the twins sit down obediently before me. Brushing my fingers against their noses, I note with mild amusement how starkly different their reactions are. While Kalia squeals and tries to nibble on my finger, Triss scrunches up his face and all funny as if he was about to sneeze. Aha! There, that should do it. It seems he had completed his tuning of the mechanical device. At long last, Ortoon detaches himself from the seat he had been glued to all night. He wipes his forehead and brings the fruit of his toil over to us. This should make a fine toy for these two. With a smile, he winds up a little lever on the device. Upon release, a single musical note begins to flow from it. The twins stare with rapt attention as he kneels and holds the device out before him. I watch on as the two children struggle over the right to examine the toy first. Why do you build these things, Ortoon? Why do I build things? Because it's fun. Ortoon stretches his stiff limbs widely, cracking his joints in the process. Oof, that really hits the spot. Dad pushed me to pursue construction because of how stable the field is. But it's the intricate stuff like clockwork that have always been my passion. From designing architecture to inventing contraptions, Ortoon's always had a penchant for building things. And he certainly possessed the talent to match that passion. Hey, Kalia, don't hit your brother like that. The fight over possession of the toy had escalated to a miniature brawl. He's a big dummy. Ah. Teardrops begin to stream down Triss's face after a convincing Kalia kick plants his little behind on the floor. Oh, not again. Why can't you two be nice to each other? Pulling out my handkerchief, I dab away the clear droplets flowing from Tristan's eyes. Mallory is expecting my company after work today. Take care of them while I'm gone. When I finish wiping away the tears, I walk to the door and slip on my boots. What? That's not fair. You spend more time with Mallory than you do with me. Crossing his arms, Ortoon pouts. I like her more. Why don't you marry her instead then? She doesn't roll that way, so I had to make do with you. Jesus Christ, woman! Jesus Christ. Jokes like that sting, you know. And what makes you think I'm joking? Toying with Ortoon was criminally easy. You children behave now. I boop Ortoon on the nose. I'm not a 2-year-old. This is normal banter. I know, and I love it. No matter how gruff he may act, though, in the end he's just a hopelessly big softie. You're sulking. No, I'm Alright then. Bye. Ah. Latoon makes a loathsome noise as I stride out the door. Fine. Take your time coming back. It's been a while since I've had the house to myself. Oi, what are you doing, Kalia? Let's play, Daddy. Let's play. Bada, bada. You two watch over Daddy for me, okay? Don't act like I'm the one that needs watching. I love that dynamic. Upon arriving at the back of your house, I'm greeted by a familiar face. It's Amy! Hello, my po-faced dearie. Jeez, is that how you greet your childhood bestie? Mallory squeezes my cheeks with a stupid smile. I grumble dourly as she plays with my face. This woman sure had a curious way of greeting people. Your deadpan expression is so cute, Amy. I've always had this expression on. Doesn't that mean you're cute all the time? If you don't know how to react, you can always blush and fidget and go, "You really mean that, Mallory?" No. Flatly vetoing the notion, I show my way into her home. Mallory's flights of fancies snowball out of control at a frightening rate if you let her have her way. Aw, you're no fun. We take our seats at the dining room table, where tea has already been prepared. Been 15 years now, huh? 15 years since we first met. Mallory looks off into the distance with a gaze of weary reminiscence. On that snowy day 15 years ago, I was born. Under the name Amine, my time started moving, bringing me all the way to this day. Socotrine's changed so much since then. Zodiac! Oh my goodness! Hi, Zodiac! How's it going? How you doing? Thank you so much for the gifted to Dofi! You are the hero that we all appreciate but do not deserve. I hope you're having a wonderful day. May both sides of your pillow be cold. And may every single success happen to you in this one specific day and through the rest of your life. I'm casting the spell right now, don't you worry. I'm just having to look it up in the book. But I hope you're doing well. It's only been 5 years since the Master's Revolution, but the Verloran Master's rule has brought such prosperity. Just go buy a lottery ticket, bro. Hello, hello, hello. The UL refugee convoy. Their arrival changed everything. They're refugee in name. In an ironic twist, it was their arrival that liberated Socotrine from its deterioration. Wait, I got the diamond? Yeah, of course you did! I gave you... You always deserve the diamond, yes. You've had the diamond for like months now. I just put it on there while you weren't looking. You just don't message enough to find out. Why is it not working? Their mobile production facility single-handedly left Socotrine from its years-long famine, and in a miraculous matter of months, their bioagent eradication corps wiped out the plague. Oh, you shouldn't have. No, I really should have. Also, hi Aura, how's it going? How you doing, my beautiful wife? Thank you for the care package. My throat is really just not agreeing with me reading today. I can catch a stream for the time being now that I'm in Japan. Nice! I hope you're enjoying Japan, but yay! I'm always happy to see you, Zodiac, just as long as you're taking care of yourself, okay? Doing lovely, darling. Oh, I'm glad for that, Strudel. Very glad for that. Well, yep, you are now my Strudel. I find the word strudel just a fun one to say. Of course, honey. Yes, I'm just struggling to read. But how are you doing? Well, you said you're doing lovely, but that's good to hear. Yes, you've missed a torture scene at the very least, so I have to err on the side of caution. But now, years later, we have more people. I miss torture or drats. It's okay. It's okay. There's a little bit more that's coming up, but not necessarily torture, just like, just other stuff. Greetings, I'm back. I see another model this time. Hello, Strategy. How's it going? How you doing? This is actually my original model. This one I'm gonna kind of save for, like, other stuff like reading, because it feels a bit better. But this is my original model. It's a pleasure to see you in this form too. Also, told you, I'm not edible. I is tall human being, I think. You see the torture I have to endure as time without you. No. Listen, it's torture whenever I don't see you, you know? Factories, industry, contemporary science and advanced infrastructure. It felt like we had been ushered from a time of deprivation to one of prosperity in the blink of an eye. Soccer-trine was not the only thing that changed, though. I look over at Mallory as she brings a teacup to her lips. She was now a lovely, fully matured woman. Happily married, a mother to 3 healthy children. It was the very picture of a bright future. I would never imagine it back then. I can still remember holding her sobbing figure whenever she awoke in the middle of the night. You were always the one finding a way to provide for us back then. I want to be able to protect you as well, instead of always being the one protected. Zodiac! Thank you for the gifted to Yuzu, Zodiac. Oh my goodness, you didn't have to, but thank you. Zodiac! Thank you so much for the gifted to Haruki as well. You don't have to, but thank you. Can we just like take a moment to appreciate how beautiful Pal is? No you. No you. Zodiac. Zodiac! Thank you for the gifted Aura, Zodiac. You don't have to! Save your money! Put it towards, like, something else. Put it towards, like, melon stuff. Now I can better appreciate my wife. Aw. I appreciate you either way. But I want to. Save it for melon soda. I will pay you back in your own streams by giving you melon soda at this rate. But sincerely, thank you. Thank you so much, Zodiac. I really appreciate it. Your strength and kindness. I've always envied it, Amy. I'm not a kind person, nor am I strong. I was just desperate. The period between Alouette's birth and the Master's Revolution, survival had balanced on the edge of a knife. But there is always a way, so long as one is willing to get their hands dirty. I have no regrets about the path I've carved. Mallory and Alouette are here now today. We are alive, along with all the others we hold dear. That's all that matters to me. You really are a kind person, Amy. I'm not. You are. It didn't seem like she'd budge on the issue. Stubborn. Jeez, how can you accept it when Ortune says it, but not when I say it? I hit him when he says dumb things like that. Do you remember how I met my hubby? No, actually. Why don't you tell me the story again for the 960th time? Oh, you. When did you become so sassy, Amy? My first meeting with Idon was so romantic. Fishing a suicidal man of Eviat in the rain doesn't strike me very much as romantic. You're just wording it unflatteringly. Idon Bakia, a young man who had lost his entire family to plague. Mallory met Idon for the first time while crossing the fated bridge that overlooked Eviat. Known by its epithets, Heaven's Fall, it was a place where the lost and weary yielded their lives to the river of eternity. Even if the drop didn't kill you, being carried beyond Socotrine's borders by Eviat was a death sentence. Prolonged exposure to the mist wreaked havoc on the mind and body after all. It was really surprising, though. Yeah, it was really surprising how calm it seemed. Oh, Amy, humour me for a bit, would you? Ooh, I like this scenery. All the stuff that they've done for like scenes, I love it so much. Standing on the very edge of Heaven's Fall, ready to cast it all away. That was when Mallory came up to him under the falling rain. Hello, I'm Mallory. Can I come over and talk with you a bit? And then she just listened to him. She didn't tell him everything would be okay, or that she understood him. Just lent an ear and encouraged him to go on. That continued for a while, but then... I want to thank you, Mallory, but I have to go. To the one before her about to forfeit his life, Mallory spoke. Please live. But her plea fell upon unhearing ears. Without any hesitation, he stepped into the air. And, of course, Mallory was not the type of person that could ever walk away from that. She plunged into the water after him, dragged his unconscious figure to land, and pounded the breath back into him. When Idon awakened, he couldn't understand why he had been saved. He had already given up on everything after all. Please live. And suffer. What Mallory had to say were not words of comfort, though. Rather, what came from her mouth was a harsh decree. The only truth of this world is that you need not suffer alone. Won't you suffer with me? Won't you suffer with me? Real courting words, those are. Alright. Maybe romantic isn't the best way to describe it. But our first meeting was really something. Jumping into Eviat on a rainy day. She's honestly such a bonehead. I guess you could say you fell for each other that day. Suddenly, the atmosphere freezes over. No way! Could it be? Did you just make a joke at me? No, you're imagining things. Mallory clutches at her stomach as she burst into laughter. It was a nice one too! Oh, Hobbyist Cater, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the archives. The memberships are at the front desk. It's a pleasure to meet you. I do hope you're having a wonderful day or a wonderful evening. Feel free to sit back and enjoy our story time. It was a nice one too. Amy making a joke. Tears were visibly squeezing out from under her eyelids. Such was the extent of her laughter. Oh, what's next? Is fire going to rain from the sky? Don't you dare jinx that, woman. Just quickly checking something. Nope. I click my tongue. Well, Tune makes dumb jokes all the time, so it might have rubbed off on me. That's all. Oh my skies! Are you blushing? I can't be! How is my Amy this cute? A shit-eating grin on her face. Mallory noisily starts squeezing my cheeks again. If my cheeks are flushed, it's because you hound them all the time. But while I eject, I make no real effort to resist. I guess you could say I didn't really dislike it all that much. Now that I think about it, you've never told me how you met Ortoon. I want to hear about it. Squeeze! She peers up at me with wet puppy dog eyes. Fine. It was around a year or so after the Master's Revolution. Lunch break. I was on lunch break when it happened. I shut my eyes as memories of the time overtake my vision. It's cold. I dip my bare feet into the water and watch as the little waves lap around my ankles. A pond in a secluded grove. Though hardly that far away, not many seem to know about this place. It's peaceful. Time ceaseless advance. Time's indifferent passage. Tick-tock it goes, the clock's unyielding hand. A dial that chases after nothing. Too peaceful. I hold my hand out before me. It was a foreign sensation. Cold steel, red blood. Images that have long overlapped with my hand. They were not there. The taste of another's fading life, once intimate to me, was now nothing more than a distant memory. I wonder why. It makes me feel so empty. It was like being suspended in a dream I could not awaken from. One with layers that ran deep, continuing on and on, no matter how many I peeled off. It didn't make any sense, but it made me feel uneasy. As I ponder my reflection, the water's surface changes. The reflection of a young man had appeared next to mine. Though I heard him coming, I'd expected him to continue on past me. Annoyingly enough, though, he started speaking to me. Hello there, miss. Do you mind if I sit down next to you? Also, you can now see the sprites. So, that's young Ortoon on the left, and on the right is like younger slash young adult Ame. I like the fact that they do actually give faces to like these characters. Although I'm a little upset that they don't actually give a face to like Mallory and stuff. They have faces, whoa, I know, right? Wanting him to just go away, I don't reply. But he doesn't seem to get the cue. I've noticed you sit here all at the same time every day. Why am I giving him this voice? That's not his voice! Damn it! Oh dear, oh dearie me. A nice place, isn't it? I'm pretty fond of it myself. Maybe you don't actually like this place? But since you're always here, you'll probably like it, right? Also, 1 second. What was the button to just show the screen again? Hold on. No! Shoot! No, it skipped. Nope, 1 second. Hold up. I mucked up. Buddy, a little bit longer. No, not now. A little bit longer, Cat, okay? Just a little bit longer and then I can feed you. I promise I will go and feed you. Just give me a little bit longer. So don't press that button. Okay, what was... I forgot what the button is to, like... show the screen, because I want to show that she's wearing something.
Self-voicing enabled. Wanting him.
No, I don't care. I don't need self-voicing. Shoot. Help. Get me back to windowed, please. God, I'm trying to just... Okay, so don't press that one. All I need to remember, just don't press that one. Press all the buttons. That's what I'm actually doing. I'm pressing all the buttons until something works. I need to actually shrink this because it's too big for me now. There we go. Shift. I don't know how to take the thing back off. No! 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 I don't even know if it's through Renpai or whatnot. But I accidentally took a screenshot, so that's something. Buddy. Ah, well, we're gonna have to, like, not, but I swear she's just wearing trousers instead, I think. Which is very interesting. Buddy. Alright, hold on. I'm gonna quickly go feed a cat because he wants feeding more than me needing to read. So if you give me just one moment, I'm gonna go feed him. It's true, that's scuff, that's for sure. Very true. Okay, now I'm gonna go feed the cat. Okay, your witch is back. I have fed his lordship. Hold on. No, I don't want full screen. Showing moving text box. How to hide text box. Should be H. Okay. It's H this entire time. I'll put it back to the screen. Hold on. Okay, so for anyone needing to be reminded for like Renpai and how that works, press H and it will remove the text box for you. Look at that. Thank you, Aura. Thank you. But yes, so oh, she isn't wearing trousers. Oh, that's actually just a skirt. That's a very short skirt. But yes, if you just press H, you're all good. Don't you get cute? We don't like this place? I like it. Yes, that makes sense, I think. He scratches his head awkwardly. To tell you the truth, I'm not very good at talking to girls. I'm not a girl. You're not a girl? What are you then? I'm a machine. Oh, then it's fine. I'm talking to you about my lady issues. Nah, I'm kidding. I guess there's Belly, but she doesn't really count. Well, she told me I'd be mad if she heard me say that. She'd be totally mad. No, she'd totally be mad if she heard me say that. Oh, that's not to say I think you're just a girl, though. You look pretty mature. But you also look pretty young. I mean, you're pretty? Pretty? How long was he gonna keep babbling? Though I had no real interest in him, an appetizing aroma caused me to turn my head in his direction. He was carrying a bag of bread. Unfortunately, Alouette had eaten my lunch last night, meaning food was invariably going to catch my attention. Skipping a meal every now and then was hardly cause for concern, but Mallory had scolded her to the point of tears. Delicious bread. Bread is good. Bread is life. I should really go to a bakery. This? It's a loaf of bread. You've seen one before, right? He cringes at his idiotic question, even as it leaves his own mouth. My God, Orchune, of course you've seen a loaf of bread before, you dunce. Reaching into his bag, he takes a loaf in his hand and holds it out. I stare at the steaming bread before me. You're giving it to me? Yeah! Oh, that's the first time I've heard your voice. It sounds cool, like nothing can faze you. Unless you want to be phased? It's nice to be phased every once in a while. This guy is just... This guy, we love him. We love Orchune. Ignoring his incessant chattering, I take the bread and make quick work of it. Dude's deaf rambler. Dude is just me, for real, for real. Wow, you must have been pretty hungry. Not to say you're fat or something if you weren't. My name is... Orchune. You said it before while muttering to yourself. Yeah, Orchune. Orchune Lurret. That's my name. You're much prettier. Yes, you are. 100%. Orchune looks expectantly at me. Sorry, I had to get the right pitch. He was probably waiting for me to give him my name. So, nice weather, huh? Orchune turns to the pond and laughs nervously. I know. You know there's a story that's been passed down about this pond. A story? Yep. Legend has it that long ago this pond was used by a mother to drown her child, who suffered from crippling birth defects. The mother wished to release the child from its painful fate, but her despair was such that she held herself under the surface until she drowned as well. Back then, this pond had apparently been so black and filthy you couldn't see the bottom of it. People believed it to be haunted, claiming sobs and cries could be heard from it in the dead of night. A priest was shown the pond and asked to exorcise it. But to that request, the priest said something baffling. He said that he'd never seen a more pure and pristine pond in his life. Cupping his hands in prayer, he drank the dirty water, reverently, to the shock of the villagers around him. As the people discussed what happened at the town meeting, one person stood up and claimed that the pond had always appeared clear and pristine to their eyes. The days passed, with more and more people speaking of the pond as beautiful, until everyone was saying it. Then, one morning, the townspeople awoke to discover that the pond had transformed to become the reality they claimed was truth. Orchune bends down and splashes the sparkling water idly with his hand. It is said that at a certain time of day, if one sits there all alone, the sound of a cooing mother and laughing baby can be heard. It's a strange story, isn't it? Something about the story resonated with me, stirring something deep inside. May I ask you something? What colour is this pond? It's just blue, right? Indeed. I dip my hands into the pond and scoop out a handful of water. What colour is the water in my hand? It's clear. it doesn't have a colour. So it changes colour. Ortoon scratches his head. I guess that's how it works? Even though water is actually clear, if enough of it comes together in one place, it'll look blue. I see. So it's a lie. Isn't it fine though? Even if it's a lie, I think it's beautiful. It's real to me, and I believe in it. So you don't need to make a face like that. What kind of face have I been making? My voice is correct. What kind of face have I been making? Anyway, I have to be off now. It was nice talking to you. Ortoon turns to leave, his shoulders slumped. Amine. Huh? My name. Amine. He smiles widely. What a wonderful name. Will you be here tomorrow? Perhaps. Alright, I'll see you then, Amine. Like an overexcited child, Ortoon turns off and turn ba 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 ba. Bah humbug. Like an overexcited child, Ortoon turns and runs off. Yeah! I got a name! He fist pumps vigorously as he scampers away, causing the bread to fall from his arms and scatter all over the ground. Moldy onions! Look at what you've done now, Ortoon. Oh, I hope she didn't see me. The fact that when, I like the effect that when she feels like there's a bit more colour in her life, or like something is like affecting her in like a more positive way, there's more colour in it. And then when it just feels like it's back to nothing, she just doesn't feel it anymore, which is a really nice effect. Oh my gosh, you two are so adorable! So romantic. Mallory, please. I know that feeling. You bring a lot of colour to my life too. No, you. No, that's you. That is you. Oh dear. You tried to woo me with a story about a mother who murdered-suicide their disabled child. There's something wrong with your sense of romance. Oi! Oi, oi, oi! How dare! How dare! What? I think I figured out the way to your heart, Amy. You're gonna say something stupid, aren't you? Remember when we first met? The first thing I did was give you a loaf of bread too! You're like a cat! You only open up to someone if they feed you! You know what? I feel that. You can't be serious. Her shit-eating grin was starting to get on my nerves. Oh, I'm so glad you told me that story! I'm regretting it now. Oh? Is that Alouette I see? What are you doing up, sweetie? Alouette was peeking into the room from the kitchen doorway. It had gotten quite late during my stay. Alouette, can't sleep. Come here, you. Alouette rushes over and buries herself in her mother's warm embrace. Geez, you're such a spoiled child. Even as Mallory says that, she indulges her as well, rubbing her cheek against Alouette's hair. Auntie Amine is here too! Next, Alouette scurries over and hops into my lap. She was rather attached to me since I had raised her alongside Mallory for much of her life. Will he be joining us for tea as well? Alouette shakes her head. Not sweet. Alouette doesn't like tea. Mummy, where's Pap Pap coming home? Idone was quite the workaholic. Since his workplace was far away, he generally only returned once a week. He's coming home tomorrow, actually. Yay! There's an ambulance outside. Jesus Christ. That's not... I don't like that timing. You should bring our tomb and the twins over, Amy. It'll be fun. Perhaps I shall. Galia and Tris are coming. Let's play. Alouette starts hopping around energetically at the prospect of us visiting. Oh, you're so full of energy now. How are you going to get back to bed? Play. I'll be taking my leave now. It's getting rather late. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow then. Maybe. Jeez, you always give such non-committal answers, Amy. Say goodbye to Auntie Amine, Alouette. Bye-bye. Tomorrow, let's play. The little, at the end of the day, the colours come back for it. It's like it's not as muted. I let out an exasperated sigh as I stand before the entrance of the Bakia home. As planned, I had brought Callie and Tristan over to play. However, why are you two hiding down there? The twins had taken refuge under my dress just as I was about to knock on the door. It wasn't particularly fond of the bloated appearance it was giving me. They're trying to get back into their original home. You already made that joke. I shoo the little runt out from under me before proceeding to knock. Even this rowdy duo could be unexpectedly shy at times. From beyond the door, a muffled "They're here" could be heard as the door popped open and a trio of heads poked out. It was the Bakia children. Auntie Amine! Auntie Amine! Nini has a riddle for you. We won't let you through until you answer correctly. What bird is with you at every meal? It seemed they were in quite high spirit. I don't know. A robin? Finding it too much of a pain to think about, I answer with the first thing that comes to mind. Alouette crosses her arms in an egg shape and makes a strange noise. We got it right on our first try, though. Are we smarter than Auntie? The correct answer is a swallow. Proud they had bested me, the Bakia children grinned stupidly in a way that reminded me of their mother. Such cheekiness. If you don't let me in right now, I'll be the one swallowing you. Slowly bringing my face forward, I tower over the three diminutive children. I will devour your souls. Eek! Scary! Auntie's scary! Run! The three children immediately abandon their post, fleeing deeper into the house. As the door swings open, I spot Mallory and Idone at the living room table. Souls are tasty too. They can be. I sold mine for cookies, so yeah, I guess they are. Though it was a rare break from work for Idone, he was characteristically rigid at attention, as if ready to move on a moment's notice. You need help seasoning the little munchkins, Amy? Mallory waves to me as the children cower behind her. You might want to consider getting new gatekeepers. Jeez, that was a pretty easy riddle too. Peering up at him, Kalia tugs on Ortune's sleeve. Swallow? She tilts her head. A swallow is a birdie. Kneeling down before her, Ortune forms a bird with his hands and starts flapping his fingers. Bird, Tristine, oh my god, can't speak. What the hell? You good? No. Don't put so many T's in front of me, I can't do it. Trish tries. I can't do it. Oh my god. Trish tries. That's what I need to say. That's what I need to say in the flat voice. Can adorb shut up. Oh my god. Trish tries to imitate Ortoon's hand moans, really? Ah, I don't have exclamation mark clip up. Nice try. I don't know how to set that one. Ah, let's try again. Happy anniversary. Thank you, Daphs. Hello. How's it going? How you doing? Welcome on in. I hope you're having a wonderful day. I'm in class right now, so I cannot hear you when I'm here. Okay, so please go and sub to Def. He is a great streamer. 10 out of 10. Would recommend. He also has nice shoes. He has very nice shoes. He can't hear any of this, but compliment his shoes. Anyway. Trish tries to imitate hand motions. Ortoon's hand motion. Motions! I can't! This one line is screwing me over. My god. Oh well. Yes, shoes. Anyway. Let's try again. Don't wear any shoes. Trish tries to imitate Ortoon's hand motions, but only succeeds in tangling his fingers up in silly arrangements. Got them dogs out for free. To swallow food. Ortoon points at his throat and gulps. It's the same word as the swallow birdie's name. I don't wear much of anything other than my tie. Listen, he has good censorship. Just because he doesn't wear much doesn't mean he isn't censored. He is censored. Oh yeah, or Death is an incubus. Ortoon mimics a bird again with his hands. However, Kalia makes a distraught face at Ortoon's simple explanation. No, don't eat the birdie! Big wet tears begin to roll down her face. To make matters worse, upon seeing his sister crying, Triss immediately starts bawling as well. Ugh, I messed up. Ortoon slumps to the ground, completing the disastrous scene before me. It's just one hassle after the other between these two little scamps and this scatterbrained hubby. Meanwhile, the Bakia family's laughter fills the house as they watch over our zany performance. Today's going to be a long day, isn't it? After our overly colourful entrance settles down, the four adults find ourselves conversing at the table when Triss wanders up to us. Oh, you brought the toy I made with you? In his hands was the mechanical contraption that Ortoon had finished building yesterday. It looks cute. Does it do something special? Ortoon nods and turns to Triss. Go ahead and show the others. While it seems difficult for him to wind up by himself, when Kalia chipped in and they worked together, it was a feasible feat even for their sticky little hands. Oh, I can do it. Yay! Full head kisses, yay. Nice. Upon release, a simple melody Upon release, a simple melody begins to flow from the device, causing the Bakias to gasp and widen their eyes. Wow! It's playing music? Inspired by well design, I'd wager. You're as amazing with your hands as always, Atun. Much deserved from my tongue-tied doll. Rude. I can speak. Wait, this tune. I know the song it come from. Dia folds his arms and furrows his brow. Can I see it, please? Though I expect the twins to act possessively, they hand it over to the linnet fairly easily. to Lynette fell easily. If only they could learn to share that well with each other. Look at this! Don't worry, I end up stuttering a lot too. So here's the scene. So you can see Alouette. Young Alouette over here. And then those two are siblings. And then this would be Mallory. And then this is Callier and Triss when they're like very young. I love this because it shows like some time progression between it. I love it. Alouette thinks it's Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. No way, it's definitely the alphabet song. The one in the lower right corner is definitely the cutest. I don't know left from right, so yeah, I can't help you with that. Mum thinks you children are making a mistake. It sounds like Baba Black Sheep to me. Without a care in the world, Callie and Triss watch Lynette fiddle with the device as the argument escalates around them. Why don't we ask the original creator? What song did you build to the device to attune? That's a tough question. I was only thinking of the melody when I made the music box. Sorry, I don't know what song it comes from either. A pensive silence takes hold of the room at Ortoon's confession. Nobody knew who was right anymore. Was the tune Twinkle Twinkle Little Star the alphabet song, or Baba Black Sheep? The truth is, unexpectedly, the one to break the silence was little Lynette. Everyone's right. It's all the same tune. A wave of commotion spreads through the room at Lynette's claim. Eh? Is that really so? Can you prove it? Can you prove it, Lenny? Yeah, just listen. Lynette takes a deep breath and begins to sing. Baba Black Sheep, E-F-G. How I wonder how you are. Oh my god, that's great. There's not even anything playing, by the way. Weaving in lyrics from all three songs, Lynette sings to the tune to the device without missing a beat. Not wrong, though. Wow, it's true. Linny, so amazing. I see. What was that voice? Ba 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 ba. I just gotta do a voice like this for everybody and then but maybe not. I don't nods gravely, his arms crossed at the poise of an intellectual. Lynette would know best since she loves learning new lyrics and singing so much. All of a sudden, though, he stands, rising with such force the chair slams against the ground behind him. That's my little songbird for you! Previous veins on his temple begin throbbing, like the visceral embodiment of a father's pride. Meanwhile, startled by the sudden loudness, Callier and Triss darts under my dress as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Don't default into hiding under my dress. I'm wearing pants next time. They're trying to get back. I have heard that joke enough times already. Oh, good. Oh, gods, I remember Linny and Dia used to do that to me all the time. Bub. It's red. Dia's face. It's all red. It's comfy down there. Getting caught up in the atmosphere, the adults end up playing around with the children for pretty much the whole day. Eventually, though, some god decides to take pity on us, and the rapscallions finally grow tired and start dozing off on the carpet. With the kids out of commission, a moment of peace and quiet finally descends upon the house. Jeez, you sure have a lot of energy, Idon. Ortoon fans his face as he settles back into his seat at the dining room table. Even when playing, one must give their all. Work hard to play hard. Your husband knows no chill, Mallory. The children really enjoyed the piggy rag rides we gave. Though I bet they would have liked it if Amy pitched in more. Don't talk to me right now. I don't understand how children have so much energy. I really think it's admirable though, Idon. Even though your blood does not run through Alouette, you treat her as your own. She is so blessed to have such a whole-hearted father. While I appreciate your words, Ortun, you are mistaken about something. It was not I who accepted Alouette. When I had nothing left in the world, it was she who accepted me. Spicy! Thank you for the head pads! Ah, no! All the head pads! Hi, Spicy! How's it going? How you doing? You get to see me in my normal form today. Hello, hello! How's it going? How you doing? I hope you're having a wonderful day. Idon brings his hand to his chest in a heartfelt sincerity. Alouette, Mallory, and Amine. It is because of your strength and compassion that I still draw breath here and now. And while Alouette may speak oddly and seems dull at times, she has the biggest heart of any girl in the world. Is looking at the redeems. Listen, this, again, chibi model doesn't have as many redeems. With my normal model, I went overboard. It is I that I am blessed to have such a wonderful daughter. The four of us watch warmly over the children's sleeping visages. Alouette's always been an affectionate girl. All the little ones were huddled up against her as they slept. It seemed her head pats were quite popular. You never know by how she acts, but the poor child had it rough at school. Since she speaks so childishly, she often gets teased. Lynette and Dia are good siblings, though. They always stand up for her like little champs. No, not my cheeks! How dare you, not my cheeks! How could you do this to me? Squish. No squish! I'm literally stuck because the camera will work. There it is. No squish. How dare! How dare! No squish. Okay, hold on. The camera's really not wanting to work today. Let me just recalibrate. There we go. That's better. But yeah, not the squish. It was somewhat amusing how differently they all slept. While Callie and Triss snoozed with spread limbs and open mouths, Lynette and Dia seemed fond of curling into cozy little balls. Then there was Alouette, who slept with her arms wrapped around everyone as if cradling something precious. There's no mistake. If there's something in life worth protecting, it's this. Have I told you, by the way? We're hoping to get a bigger house for ourselves soon. The children are growing bigger so quickly after all. They'll need their space. Is that why you've been working yourself like a mule? Haha, it's my dream for a while. We've already saved her quite a bit. That's so. In that case, why don't you contract my place when the time comes? I'll be sure to put in lots of love into it. Ortun extends a hand with a big smile. It sounds like a plan. Returning the smile, Idon grasps his hand firmly. Let's look forward to the beauty together, not as two different families, but as one big family. It was a warm sentiment, where both parties dreamed of a bright future. Dripping, overflowing with promise. But for some reason, I couldn't bear to look at it. The future they spoke of. It was simply too bright. Too dazzling. After a short chat, Mallory and I step outside to take a stroll at her request. Don't the stars look pretty tonight, Hammy? The sky was indeed quite clear tonight. But the starry sky, really? But the starry sky had never been a sight I found compelling. It was just like the rest of the world, after all. Colourless. Everyone looks up at the same sky, don't they? Thank you for the lurk, Aura. Hulva Amitra. Goodbye for now. Even if we look at the same thing, we see different sights. I pull my gaze back down to the earth. That's right, I haven't forgotten. The promise I made you. This beautiful sky I see. I want to show it to you. I want to look up at that sky together. Today, tomorrow, and the day after. I'll make that wish come true. So please, Amy, don't stop looking up. A familiar warmth. Mallory's hand. It takes my chin and lifts my gaze up to the heavens. A world full of colour. Reflected in Mallory's eyes was a world different from what I saw. One that's always been out of reach. Though living by her side, I had hoped to make that vision mine. But maybe it's already happened. Maybe colour has slowly been seeping into my world ever since that day, 15 years ago. Mallory, Aw, what a cute kitty! Mallory breaks into a jog, all of a sudden, to catch up to a wandering cat we happened across. Oh, cool, you live. Hi, Digital. How's it going? How you doing? I did see you post in the server, so I will be looking at that in a little bit. But welcome on in. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Or a wonderful evening. No matter how many times I tell you, it seems like you won't break this habit. Mallory was feeding the cat kitchen scraps that she always kept on her person for moments like these. I remember you used to scold me all the time when I did this back then. Of course, food was hardly plentiful enough to be feeding stray animals. I know. It's always just been me satisfying my ego. It's a short story. I'm pretty sure a lot will love it, but I'm not certain. Well, I will definitely be reading it later, and I will definitely be telling you how much I like it, okay? Even if it helps them for the time being, making an animal dependent on others to survive is self-serving. It's the same as wanting to protect something. It's not noble at all. I gave the wrong voice. No! It's greedy and selfish. I want to protect it. Those words are the cloak a weakling hides behind to seem strong. You've always been like that. A crybaby easily gets lonely, but tries to be strong. Why is that? It's just... Oh! Noir Violet 9! Thank you so much for the follow! Welcome to the archives. The memberships are at the front desk. It's a pleasure to meet you. I hope you're having a wonderful day. When I was making the story in my head, just empty and putting anything I could think of. Nah, valid, don't worry. Speaking of which, in like half an hour, a regulated post on my blog might be coming out for like another story I've written. It's like 500 words or so. Nothing too special. I want the people who smiled at me to keep smiling for me. I give pause at Mallory's words. I couldn't see what kind of expression she had, but her silent back seemed somehow different from usual. Amy, remember the garden we used to have back at the orphanage? How we had little parcels of land to take care of? The image of a young Mallory singing as she watered her crops revives in my mind at her urging. Remember how you never made yours blossom? Soil quality, water management, and sun exposure. Though I had meticulously accounted for all of these factors, my parcel only met middling success. Living things need more than just nourishment to live. Suddenly, the cat recoils and darts off into the night. Twitch just crashed me for no apparent reason. No, that's not fair. I was surprised. Mallory was uncannily good with animals. For one to flee from her was unheard of. That's when I noticed. Her trembling, outstretched hand. The damp ground before her, wet from raindrops of a clear night sky. I don't understand. It's peaceful. So very peaceful. Yet for some reason, that scares me. I'm happy, but I'm scared. I'm satisfied with so little, but at the same time, I want more. I want these peaceful days to keep going on. It's the same for me. These hands of mine are holding it. The soft warmth that is this peacefulness. Yet I don't know what to do with it. It was something new to us. In our struggle to survive day to day, we only had been able to look at what was right in front of us. For much of our lives, that was the only way we knew how to live. But that's no longer the case. Human beings are frighteningly adaptable creatures. There are times where we adapt so well it disassociates us, confounds us. It's strange. I can't stop trembling. Also, I'm surprised you saw that. I just posted and you instantly saw it. Yeah, I have notifications, that's why. My phone's notifications goes off, so I ended up seeing that pop up on my phone. Ugh. Just stretching my leg a minute. Oh, no wonder why. Yeah, I keep up with stuff. That's why it's like sometimes it's like, hey, just put something in the server. I will see it. Hold on, I'm just trying to make sure I get a bit comfier. No. Ah. Trying to make sure everything's at least not gonna whack me. That's sweet. I have mine off since I'm in 100 servers. Fair enough, like. I mean, to be fair, it's my own server, so I can't really, like, mute my own server now, can I? And that's kind of counterproductive if I just mute my own server. Anyway. I watch on as Mallory lowers her head and hugs her knees. I never imagined happiness would feel this fragile. I'm so terrified of losing it. Just the mere thought paralyzes me. Still here, how goes the game? Welcome back, Chosen. It's going okay. It's a linear visual novel, so it's basically a lot of reading. It's not even a case of we need to play anything, it is just, we're reading. It's just story time for everybody, basically. Well, technically you can mute it, but it only gets notification if you're pinged. Yeah, but it's my own server, why would I do it? Gotcha. Yep. How are you doing anyway, Chosen? How's it going? How you doing? We love being cozy, we really do. We really do. Well, I suppose we know why the cat ran away, Miss Sunshine. Mallory goes silent. Then, without warning, she begins to laugh. Doing well, suffering on Overwatch 2 with a friend. Sounds like a fun time. Please make sure you take care, and if you start molding, take a break. That's what my friends do, and they own one. Okay, I mean, there's a difference between owning a server because it's just for friend's sake, or owning a server because, you know, streaming. Oh well. Good. A mirthful laugh, bleeding away the anxiety. That's the second joke I've heard you make. I never knew how much I needed a wisecracking Amy in my life. Oh, you're so cute. She hops over to me and begins squeezing my cheeks. Not again. Well, that's cool, so I'm just gonna drop the subject. Fair enough. Hey, Amy. What? What is it now? Thanks for cheering me up. Leaning in close, she kisses me on the cheek. You're not welcome. Are you blushing? I think you're blushing. Squeeze? No squeeze! No squeeze! No squeeze! No squeeze! No. No. No squeeze. It's dark. You're imagining things. My dear Amy can't be this cute. Shush you. With a spring in her step, the two of us make our way back home. It's spicy. Thank you for the head pet, Digital. Thank you. As I listened to her hum with a bright smile on her face, I gazed up at the sky above. It was a tiny feeling, a little tugging at the corner of my heart. Whoa, are you a witch? I am a witch librarian. It's a pleasure to meet you, chicken sandwich. Thank you for the head pat as well, Digital. Yes, I am a witch librarian. My credentials, here's my hat. Here's my hat. Here's my book. It's a pleasure to meet you, chicken. Preferably eating second. I thought it looked beautiful. I can't see the same world as Mallory does. I might never be able to see it. But even then, it's fine. So long as I have her by my side. She'll see enough colour for the both of us. Chicken, did you study today? Oh, an acquaintance of yours. Well, welcome on in. It's a pleasure to meet you. Oh my goodness. Oh, so you need to study, huh? Gotcha. Thank you for coming today, Mrs. Leonard. I know it's been a while until Callie and Tristan leave daycare and formally enter preschool. There's a lot of logistical things with the new education system that I like to get out the way. I mean, do not question the excess. It's spicy. It's fine. Tris seems to be enjoying himself anyway. I will allow that one just for now. When I hear Peep's opinion on a short story I said, is that weird? Well, I don't know. No, that's fair. Oh, jeez. I hope that it gets better, chicken. I really hope it gets better. Although that's not a term I thought I'd be accepting today, but hey ho. Go back to studying. The young school teacher looks back into the classroom where Tris was timidly playing with the other children. Did you bring your sister with you, by the way? My husband was supposed to bring her. Knowing him, though, he's probably conveniently lost. He's not very fond of paperwork. I'm not sure I know anyone who is. I'm sure Callie is just as cute as Tristan, though. I look forward to teaching them. The woman's earnest smile makes me falter. I wasn't good at dealing with people that could be so open-hearted with someone they've just met. Of all the people, the cat trying to find my mom. Wow. Wait, what if we merge spicy and chicken sandwich? I'm not allowed to eat spicy, but I have an idea. No, we're not eating spicy. We're not eating sandwich either. Get rid of a few extracurriculars so you actually have the time to study. Oh dear. Yeah, welcome on in though, chicken. I do hope that you're able to at least relax here. Even though I didn't know that you and Spicy were acquaintances. But either way, it's an absolute pleasure to meet you. Somehow I understood though. This woman would be a fine person to leave the little ones with. However, when I open my mouth to voice something to that effect, something cuts me off. For a split second, the world goes deathly quiet. My body lurches off balance as the ground below violently shakes. Instinctively tumbling to the side, I brace myself against the wall as strobes of lights and shrill whistling fill the air. The rumbling rattles deep into my bones as I attempt to weather the storm. After what seems like an eternity, it slowly tapers off. Heat, the crackling of flames. I made the volleyball team, but first team. Nice, good job. Chicken is a viewer from me, and so is his mum. His mum told me to try and look after him every now and then. No way, that's actually really cute. That's actually really cute. One of the servers I got into reply was just, wow. What a weird reaction, Digital. I'm legal age and I need a babysitter. No, but it is kind of nice to have like that little sense of care, you know? It's like, you might still be, you might be legal aged, but at the same time, it's nice to be careful. Okay, just moving. Back on the flame. Those are the first things I notice when the assault on my senses subsides. Blinking several times, I confirm my vision's still functioning. Oh, Chicken Sandwich, thank you so much for the follow! Welcome to the archives, the membership are at the front desk. It's an absolute pleasure to have you here. Take a wish. Wish your sense of time for yourself. I mean, Twitch is technically the time for themselves, you know? Welcome on in, it's a pleasure to meet you. It's most of my life. There. Pinned to the ground beneath the mountain of the flame debris, the young school teacher groaned. There was something odd about the fire. The way it shifted was nauseating. The children! Smoke and panicked voices were leaking from the classroom Triss was in. Shaking off my disorientation, I grabbed the doorknob and tried to force it open. But it doesn't budge. Even when I step back and throw my entire body weight against it, I make no headway. Ginter replies to the short story and I'm getting bashed. No, that's not fair. The door was too badly mangled. Not in your server, but others. If anyone was in my server who ended up commenting on that, I would complain. Thank you, Miss Pal. What can I call you, Miss Akil? Just call me Pal, honestly. You can just call me. You can call me Pal. People have called me Akila in the before. I honestly do not mind. Go with whatever you feel is the most comfortable. Apart from that. Apart from that, you rascal. You come in just to tell him to do that, really? Do you have any time to study properly? Ms. Witch Lady. I mean, calling you that. I mean, I respond. Faith, I swear to all that's holy. You'll be hearing from me soon, Faith. About your reckless behaviour. Anyway. Few doors down. The storeroom. A fountain of blood spills from her mouth. There's an axe! The unusual fire has spread onto her legs, and she doesn't seem to notice as the flames etch bizarre patterns into her exposed flesh. Her spine must have been utterly crushed if she couldn't feel it. 2 doors down. Heeding her instructions, I dash down the hallway and barge into the storeroom. From each of the classrooms I pass, a certain type of voice that splattered my past was leaking. It was a type of voice I was woefully familiar with. That of human anguish. Clamping down on myself, I kill my thoughts. Right now, Triss's safety was my priority. Oh dear. What? All the drama here. I didn't need to think about anything else. Snatching an emergency axe from the corner, I race back to the classroom. Hurry! Even as her own life bleeds away, the trapped woman urges me. Aiming slightly offset of the doorknob, I bring down the axe. The door splits under the impact. I drive my heel into it, causing it to give and separate from its frame at last. Masking my face with my handkerchief, I lower myself into a crawl and enter the smoking room. Several small corpses were spread along the floor near the door, having perished from asphyxiation. Triss, where are you? My muffled shouts ring amongst the din of fire. Braving the searing heat, I push deeper into the room, even as the lack of oxygen and smoke presses down on me. A series of barely audible thuds. I pivot to find a little figure lying on the ground. Triss! His leg was trapped under a wooden beam. Rushing over to him, I position the neck of the axe beneath the debris and pry it up so he can pull free. Though he tries to stand, I immediately press the handkerchief to his face and push him low to the ground as I lead him out. Also, you broke a TV, chicken? How? Jeez. I love the fact there's drama in here and I'm just reading. She couldn't snitch, she already knows. Ow. Him getting stuck was a stroke of luck. His peers had likely suffocated trying to escape in the smoke, while his entrapment forced him to stay immobilized and low to the ground. Though he was limping slightly, it was minor compared to how he could have ended up. Kinda shot it with a BB gun. Damn. Okay, well, bad shot, but also good shot in a way. At least you know not to do that again, okay? Upon exiting the classroom, I find the injured schoolteacher looking up at me. Her eyes focused weakly on me, but it didn't seem like she had the strength to say anything. Down the hallway, the sound of crashing rings out as the burning ceiling begins to collapse. Don't worry, I'm looking at your defense. There was no time. She couldn't be saved. The old me would have left her behind without batting an eyelid. But maybe something has changed in me over the years. You've done enough. Kneeling before her, I gently ease her eyes shut. Rest now. A faint smile graces her features as tears squeeze out from beneath her eyelids. The least I could do was end her suffering. Without looking back, I raced down the hall with Triss in one arm and the axe in the other. It was one of those like cheap ones, so I didn't know the bullet was stuck in the chamber. Ah! Okay, that makes sense. Without looking back, I raced down the hall with Triss in one arm and the axe in the other. I fly down the stairs, only to find the door to the first floor shut. Rather than reach for the doorknob, though, I press the back of my hand against the wood. Hot. I instinctively jerk away. This way was no good. I need to eat some chicken while reading this chat. No, I feel, I want to get some chicken after this. Doubling back, I eye a window on the staircase. It was a fair distance off the ground, but it wouldn't have to do. Using the knob of the axe to clear away the glass, I wedge the blade into the wood. Then I grip the handle and lean outside. As I do, the head hooks onto the window frame, acting as a fulcrum that swings me back towards the wall. Holding Triss close, I stretch down as far as I can before letting go. Though the maneuver shaves off some of the fall, force of the drop still causes me to sink to my knees. What is this? When I look up, an unbelievable sight greets me. Though it was midday, the entire sky had darkened over. An unending din of screams and groans fills the air as patches of the unusual fire sweep through town. What was going on? What was the fire that had suddenly descended from the sky? They were questions that would have to wait. Leading Triss to a spot of relative safety, I kneel down and examine his body. His skin was marred and soot, but he didn't appear to be burned anywhere. He had been lucky to escape unscathed. Triss. While his body was fine, there was still cause for concern. No answer. No response. Silently, he stares off into space as tears roll down his face. I've got DM saying, can you make an art of the character and make... What the hell? What a weird reaction. It'll be alright, Triss. I wipe the tears and ash away with my handkerchief before procuring a sash from my person. Using it to tie Triss to my back, I stand and set off for home. Along the way, I see many things. A man cursing as he tossed bucket after bucket onto a blazing house. A child crying out for help, unheard by the mart that limped aimlessly through the streets. A fire that could not be extinguished. A fire that could not be slowed. At some point, it even begins to rain, but the downpour does nothing to stimmy the flames advances. A world turned upside down. A people ravaged by calamity. It was something I did not want to show Triss. Something I did not wish for him to see. Triss. Though the rain falling from overhead is cold, every now and then I can feel it. A faintly warm raindrop hitting the back of my neck. When we make it back home, I find our house untouched by fire. Kalia? Ortoon? No answers come. They didn't seem to be home. Though their safety was a concern, searching for them blindly won't accomplish anything. Staying put was the best course of action. Placing a pot under the faucet, I began stockpiling water. While the plumbing still seemed functional for now, there was no guarantee that it would continue to be the case. You're like Chicken and Spicy arguing like a couple from these chats. Is it weird? No, okay, no, we're not doing that. Oh dear. Just as I begin taking inventory, the sound of the door being knocked open erupts from the front of the house. I should have recognised who they were immediately, but their appearance was somehow wrong. Ortoon? I rush to his side as he collapses to the ground, and a moving Kalia cradled in his arms. I can't speak! And a moving Kalia cradled in his arms. Hold on, I need a drink. Oh, my throat just went then. His hands were blackened with strange marks from the mysterious flame. While Kalia's hands... I was simply no longer there. Searing heat, roaring fire. I forced my eyes open. At some point, my surroundings had transformed. A shattered town crumbling to the ground all around me. Was this Socotrine? Under a burning sky, a rainbow-coloured fire was ravaging the world. Panic seizes my heart as the fire swells, spreading its burning tendrils through the area. Daddy! Daddy! Familiar voice called out. Kalia? She had fallen a short distance away. A giant mass of burning wood and stone was pinning her arms down. Kalia! Horrified, I dash over to her. Her face contorts in tear-stained agony. It hurts. Hold on, Kalia! In a panicked frenzy, I grab the mast pinning her down. A hissing sound pierces the air as my flesh bubbles from touching the rainbow flames. Kalia screams as the twisted mast shifts weight over her pinned arms. I push until I can no longer feel my arms, but it doesn't budge an inch. Damn it! Tormented by Kalia's cries, I howl in frustration. Before long, my singed arms fall limply to my sides. I drop to my knees. Dizzy-headed from the smoke, Kalia's feeble voice barely registers my murky consciousness. At this rate, Kalia was going to die. No, I won't accept a fate like that. Pulling myself together, I scan my surroundings. My eyes dart towards the ground, locking onto a suitable object, a blackened shard of metal with a saw-like edge. I feel my sanity leave me as I grab it with trembling hands and lift it over Kalia's trapped arms. Her heart-wrenching cries fill the air as I press the metal's jagged edge into her arm. But I don't stop. Howling and crying like a demon possessed, I saw vigorously, feeding vivid red to the roaring fire. Before long I hit bone, but we didn't have time to saw through it. Pouring strength into my frame, I grabbed what remained of her arm. Now she really wants to go, don't worry about it! I twist and whip up. With a sickening snap, the bone breaks. The heat of encroaching flames. The sound of collapsing buildings. Driven by those menacing sensations, I hastily start cutting into the other arm. Callie had stopped screaming at some point. I could tell from her faint, ragged breathing and weakly shutting eyes that she was at her limit though. We were out of time. Praying it was enough, I grabbed Callie with both arms. She's a witch, that's magic. Don't worry, my eyes are slightly open. You just don't see it. Then, planting my feet, I grit my teeth and pull with all my might. The grotesque sound of meat tearing culminates with a gut-wrenching pop as Callie's joints give as she separates from her trapped lower arms. Stumbling backwards, I pivot and take off with her in tow, weaving through the burning wreckages that block our path. Sorry, I had to really get through that bit quickly because that was... I forgot how gross that scene is. Time and space seem to blur as I run, but eventually we make it to a safe location. Gasping for breath, I lower Callie's limped figure to the ground and examine her arm stumps. It seemed the fire had cauterized most of her injury. It had left strangely patterned burn marks in the process, though. In an attempt to fashion makeshift bandages, I tried to tear several strips of fabric from my shirt, only to discover that my fingers are too damaged to perform the movements. My hands were covered in strain patterns as well. Not even focused, I'm having dinner. Fair enough. Callia. As the tension leaks from my body, the pain begins to resurface. I lift my head up to look up at Socrate's burning sky. That's when I notice. All around me, screams and groans were filling the air, creating a din of unending despair. Why? Why is this happening? Can't feel the rain. With great difficulty, I managed to bend my fingers back, but though I can clearly see the falling rain hitting my hand, I couldn't feel a thing. Ugh. One day had passed since I patched up Callia and Ortoon. Between Callia's amputated arms and the severe burns on Ortoon's hands, it wasn't difficult to deduce what had happened. At my side, Triss peeks over to where Callia is resting. He looks back and forth between Callia's absent arms and his own intact ones. Speaking of, why are you eating chicken? Wow. A bead of sweat rolls down Ortoon's face as he writhes in pain. It's spreading again. A bizarre phenomenon plays out before me. Without warning, the marked areas on Ortoon's hands begin to glow. When the light subsides, I observe that the burn patterns have crept up his arms. The same thing was happening to Callia's burns as well. It seems the wound inflicted by the unusual fire were harmful even after their initial infliction. It was like a disease, or a curse. I had to find a way to treat it before it did any more damage. Watch over Daddy and Callia, Triss. Food, water, and medical supplies had already been set down in arm's reach of the bed. Don't leave. Don't let anyone in. Retreating into my room, I make preparations to set off. A locked drawer. For years, I had only ever touched it to maintain its contents. My heart beats not. After inspecting them one by one, I tighten a holster and throwing knives around my leg. As I do, my eyes drift over to the proof of my existence, a razor-sharp butcher knife that curved to a tapered point. Breath does not come from my mouth. The scratches and chips that marred it were proof I have succeeded in carving a path to this day. Even after all these years, it still felt natural in my hand, as if it were but an extension of my body. My feet do not tread upon this earth. Welcome back, Rick. Thank you for following. Welcome to the archives. Back again. The membership's at the front desk. But I am colourless. Well, I don't know. Didn't lay the eggs, so I eat it. Wow. The weight of steel was one of the only absolute truths in life. Sincere and free of lies. It was that quality of purity that enabled it to spill blood. The past was never something I could escape, was it? One second. I need to quickly rest my voice a minute just so I can speak again. My baby. I have no idea. Concealing the knife on my person, I lock the door behind me as I leave. Thank you for the care package, Digital. In contrast to yesterday's chaos, a somber silence had laid claim to the hazy morning air. The situation had changed since yesterday. At some point, the inextinguishable fire has dissipated all at once, ending just as abruptly as it began. Spicy's still here, I can see it. Only the smouldering remains it left behind could be seen now. I'll check up on Mallory first. Though it takes longer than usual to get to the Bacchia household with all the debris, I arrive without complication. While their house appeared to be untouched, many of their neighbours had been less fortunate. I find Mallory in the streets, kneeling over a victim she seemed to have pulled from the rubble. Mallory. Though I call out to her, she doesn't respond. It was only when I place a hand on her shoulder that she turns to face me. Amy. Glazed, hollow eyes that gazed through what was supposed to focus on. Every person I had passed on their way looked the same. The fire. Aidan. Burn marks. Socotrine. Dear, Where's Aidan? Did he survive? I pull her together by giving her something specific to focus on, but Mallory shakes her head. One of his colleagues came by, and I don't know what to tell the children. There's no need to tell them now. Worry about that later. How are the children's conditions? They're inside. Alouette hurt her leg, but other than that, she's okay. Lynette and Dia, though. I'll show you after I finish treating this man. Though her hands were trembling, she doesn't stop bandaging the wounded man before her. It was like a desperate attempt to remain moving, as if she had collapsed under the pressure if she stopped. It was a way of averting one's eyes from reality. Forget it. Give up on him. If you insist on trying to help, conserve your energy for someone who has a chance of making it. Why do I feel like I'm in English class again? Listen, like, I will tell you now, when I was starting to stream again last year, I was literally writing English work. And the fact that I fell asleep in class today, and I now see this. I like reading, okay? My streams tend to be based either on reading, being able to learn something new, or it happens to be professional background noise in a way. So I'm sorry, I guess, if this is English class, but you feel free to ignore this too if you need to. Honestly, I do not mind. Genuinely. I ain't saying anything wrong, but dude, the vibe is the same. I'm sorry that it's so boring. I'm so sorry. Oh dear, oh dear. Oh boy. A ragged avulsion splitting the femoral, limbs entangled at impossible angles, and copious amounts of blood. It was clear from a glance the man was already at death's door. Mallory hunches over and closes her eyes as her body shivers to a halt. It's not boring, I'm not. No, I'm genuinely just joking. Do not worry. Do not worry, it's A-okay. For a moment, I worry she'll restart her mindless act. You're right. But then she rises to her feet, determination filling her eyes. Let's head inside. I'm just not paying attention because I'm busy with my business homework. It's all good. I do not mind. Go get that work done. You've got this. Be like me. I don't find the stream boring though. Find something to eat. It's fine. A house painted over with silence. It was not long ago that laughter filled these halls. Guided by Mallory, I make my way to the room the children are in. Upon entering, a pitiful scene greets me. Laid out on the bed were Lynette and Dia, their bodies dishevelled and bandaged, their breaths short and ragged. No, this is super accurate. Now, at the other end of the room, Alouette was sitting against the wall in a state of stunned silence. Her leg was injured and she didn't look capable of moving, but fortunately she didn't appear to be burned anywhere. Have you noticed, Mallory? Yeah, their burns won't stop spreading. The rainbow fire did this to them. Rainbow fire. Their burns were even more extensive than Callier and Ortoon's. Bro, I haven't done homework since the 9th grade. I'm not doing this. Come on, you've got this. You've got it right in front of you. Come on, you can do it. I wholeheartedly believe in you. At least do like a tiny bit of it. I fully believe in your ability to do that homework. Even if it looks like it's going to be hard, just like break it down. Hell, you could just start like typing stuff in the chat and see maybe if that just like triggers anything to you, if you have to explain anything. I'm not a business major or anything like that, but again, just like talking through your issues might be good. It's alright, so I kind of need to read so long. So this is not boring, it's like a normal Tuesday. Fair enough, except it's a Wednesday for me. The burns were even more extensive than Callier and Ortoon's. Several parts of Dia's back and face seem afflicted, while burn marks were scattered over almost a third of Lynette's body. I'll find a way to save them. I just don't like the subject. Fair enough. Mallory's eyes widen at my declaration. How? Information is the first thing we need. I'm going to scope out Akinosis. If anyone knows anything about the rainbow fire, it's the ULs. Ami, are you sure? I won't fail. Callier and Ortoon are in the same situation after all. It's not what I mean. You're always like this. You always try to bear everything by yourself. It worries me. I'm writing tomorrow. Is that 150? You will be fine. You will be fine. You just... all you have to do is just get on with it. Easy. I just want you to know you have allies. Lean on me. Let me help. No, you shouldn't come. It might turn dangerous and you'll only slow me down. Ami! You can help by stocking up on supplies. We also left Ortoon and the twins at home. I don't know how long I'll be gone, so I want you to check up on them. It still looked like she had something to say, though. I want you to believe in me, Mallory. Trust me. I clasp her hands. Okay. Just be careful, alright? Oh dear. You will be fine, chicken. Oh dear. Promise me you won't do anything too reckless. I promise. The two of us entwine pinkies like in the old days. We'll get through this, okay? Yeah. I'll be off then. As I turn to leave, my eyes catch on Alouette standing in the corner of the room. Though she said nothing, her face spoke for itself. It was as if she were lost in a sea of uncertainty. Before I know it, I find myself drifting over to her. Maybe it was because she reminded me of a certain someone, but somehow I felt desire to not leave her alone. Oh dear. Alouette. I place a hand on her shoulder. Auntie? The adults are going to be busy from now on. We need you to watch the house and take care of Lynette and Dia while we're gone. It's an important job. Can you do it? She nods back at me, her expression regaining a bit of colour. Alouette will do her best. Giving people a responsibility in a crisis forces them to compartmentalize? Compartmentalize. What the hell is that word? To compartmentalize. Wow. The feeling that one had some control over the situation. It was an essential illusion. Please make Linny and Dia better. I will. Eyes full of innocent hope. With that image burned into my mind, I set off towards my next destination. Achinois, a state-of-the-art hospital that had been renovated with the latest of UL technology. For many in Socotrine, it stood as a symbol of hope. It had served as the forefront of the Verloran Master's successful campaign to eradicate the plague after all. For Peggy and Renji, yeah. Yep, this is the same dream. Yep. As expected, scores of people had already gathered in front of the main entrance. Slowing my pace, I drift through the crowd, catching bits of conversation as I pass by. Dude, seems they already know a way to treat the boons. Something similar happened back in their homeland. Call it the Fire of Collapse. I know, but why did it blow away the other day? About 20 people entered through the... Come back yet? Apparently a cure had already existed. Did you see the Peggy? Peggy didn't show the story, but she said she liked it, so I'll take that. They seem too convenient to be true. Sorry, my nose is really itchy. It's not helping. My nose is like seriously itchy. Yeah. That seemed too convenient to be true though. Breathing's hard. Heeding my intuition, I make several rounds of the perimeter and commit the layout to memory. It seemed victims with conventional injuries were being accepted at the side entrances, with only those with deviant burns being admitted to the main one. Why is security so tight? Squads of Socotroni guards. It sounds like pasta! Socotroni! Squads of the Socotroni guards were stationed everywhere. Even the surrounding streets were heavily fortified. Considering the dire straits of the rest of Socotrine, it was odd they had mobilized such manpower here. The only thing is, I like the edited... I kind of edited the original fanfic on our liking. Oh, I see. How interesting. As I finished a rotation around the complex, I overheard a commotion at the main entrance. Why can't I go in? My little boy's in there. We already made it clear to you. Entry is prohibited to all but patients and medical personnel. Please, just want to know if you're doing alright. Wait, is that Lim? Look, they're coming out. The crowd stirs as a column of people emerge from the hospital. All of them were scarred with the etchings unique to the rainbow fire. However, the boons look different, don't they? They're really cured. So I wrote that story in a rush into ending. I'm so sorry. I am really sorry about that one. Something wasn't right though. Of the 20 that supposedly gone in, only around half had returned. What do you mean? Can't you just cure him like the rest? The mother from before was shouting frantically at a doctor accompanying the treated patients. Please, understand. Your son's injuries are very intensive in comparison. And they're kind of journaling. It's all good. Ms. Witch, do you think doing track and field, tennis, 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 table tennis, hockey, soccer, badminton, and MMA is too much? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's one for every day of the week. It's one for every day of the week. So if you say yes, then you mean. I'm not gonna say that it's too much, but I am gonna say that make sure that you have time for other things. It's not table. Okay, what's paddle tennis then? What's paddle tennis? Because that's something I haven't heard of. But I will tell you now. It's not as long as it's not all in one go. As long as you do make time to actually have a life outside of the extracurriculars. That's all I'm gonna say. As long as you make sure you have a life outside of them, then it's not too much. But if it happens to be affecting other aspects of your life, then it might be. That's all I'm gonna say as like balancing. It's basically tennis but on a smaller court and in a glass box. Ooh, that sounds fancy actually. That sounds pretty fancy. He is in critical condition, and as such, we need to continue monitoring. Why would you listen to me? He's just a skittish boy. Waking up in a place he doesn't know, surrounded by strangers. He's so scared. He was about to twist your message if you didn't continue the explanation. No. I explain. I over-explained for that specific reason, Digital. That's why I need to be in there for him. I'm sorry, ma'am. Why are you apologising? Just let me in. Let me see him. The mother pushes past the doctors and tries to enter the hospital, only to be held back by the officer from before. Stop right there. Girl becomes robot for a second there. Listen, the doctor's now robots. I'm making it canonical. The doctor's now robots for this. Okay? Let me go! My son's in there! Ah. The officer clutches at his wrist as the woman flails wildly under his grasp. She bit me. She bit me! Charlie bit my finger. That's the only thing I can think of on that one. Oh dear. Unsheathing his sword, he slams his hilt against the woman's head and drives her to the ground. But even then, she doesn't stop trying to enter. How many times do I have to tell you before you get through your head? How many times do you have to teach you this lesson, old man? I don't know. You can't go in. Ah, yes, the best self-defense. Teeth. Yes. Enraged, the officer begins to kick and stomp the crawling woman mercilessly. Let me see him! Let me see him! The woman breaks into sobs as she tries to shield herself from the crushing blows. Nell! Nell! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! The officer brings his foot down hard. Silencing her, she tries to call out a name. Stop it! With an angry growl, the officer's partner grabs him by the collar and shoves him away. But the woman had already been rendered motionless in the dirt. Okay, one more message doesn't mean that I heard that. Yes. Okay. What the hell do you think you're doing? Can't stand people like her. They act like they're the only ones hurting in the world. Makes me sick. Turning his back on the woman, the officer spits into the dirt. You can't take it out on the people. Many of them are going through the same thing, you know. Take a break and cool off. I'll get someone to cover. Okay, so I actually went and found the proper definition for what paddle is. Go for it. Give me that definition. Doctor, can we get her a stretcher and take her through the side entrance? Yes, I will get someone on it right away. Meanwhile, a palpable tension had built up on the onlooking crowd. How could they do that to her? Are they hiding something? Why do we all sound the same? Why can't we go in? The guards on the post tighten their formation as they bear the brunt of the crowd's resentment. Attention all victims suffering deviant burns from the fire of collapse. Please line up in orderly fashion. Stretchers will be provided for the incapacitated. A bit of a question. Are your eyes black or blue? Does this help? Hey, Digital, does this help you? Padel is a mix between tennis and squash. Usually played in doubles and enclosed courts, surrounded by walls. Kind of like the third one's side of the tentacle, welcome out. Because in the emotes you have, I can see where one is blue and one is black. So the different emotes will have different ones. So I'll break it down. So I have the chibi, I have like my chibi emotes where they happen to be black. Because, you know, it's my eyes are like closed or whatever. Or like my eyes are in positions where you can't necessarily see it. In the more high-tech ones that I have, they are blue because I ended up asking for stuff. So my eyes aren't really like open, some of them. Man, it's expensive. Yeah, you might have to save up. But my eyes are blue, in general, digital. But thing is, sometimes you don't really need to be too picky about, like, if you want them to be the same on the emotes or not. I like the emotes as they are. If that answers questions. So it can be rainbow if needed. It can be rainbow, but canonically they're blue. But I can technically make the logic of my magic book does actually allow me to change my look. So the more that I use it, the less magic I usually have. So there. Oh my god, I'm gonna study like I should study. Good luck, chicken. You've got this. I believe in you. Go get that studying done. If you need any help and stuff, feel free to come back, okay? Do your best. You happy babysitter space. For the remainder of the day, I continue to observe the hospital's activities. However, the same trend only continues to persist. 30 people would enter, but only 14 would exit. 40 would go in, but only 20 would return. Like clockwork, the cycle repeats. Again and again. Again and again. So, it comes to this. Entrusting Callie and Ortune's life to the odds I didn't understand was unthinkable. There wasn't anything else I could discern from the outside, though. If I wanted to learn more, I would have to infiltrate the building. Callie and Ortune were getting worse by the day. Ortune's burns spread had already extended up his forearm, and Callie wasn't faring much better. Cannon can change every colour depending on the mana power. Fanon, or like VTuber wise. It's only one colour. Oh, no. Fanon, Fanon and Cannon is here. I can go RGB. And emo. And yellow. And purple. So it's like VTuber canon is I chose to go from blue from my original color palette to blue. But Fanon wise, yeah, bibbity bobbity boo, we don't care. Yeah, no, I planned this. Kelly wasn't very much better. The reality weighs down on me as I make preparations to infiltrate the hospital. After smearing a layer of soot on my left arm, I wrap it up in bandages. Having observed their system several times already, I determined that only a basic preliminary check was given at the entrance. Though they'll probably look more intensively later, I'll already be inside by then. VTuber canon RGB. Yeah, something like that. Upon completing my masquerade, I line up the next wave of patients. When it comes to my turn to be inspected, though, the doctor seems a bit wary. Thank you for the head pat, Mango. Thank you, thank you. Did that hurt? Did that hurt? He asked after poking my faux wound. I didn't feel anything. Thinking quickly, I answer in a way that would seem unintuitive. Are you sure? Are you sure you touched me? Go on ahead. The doctor nods before turning his attention to the next patient. Area marked by the rainbow fire seemed to lose all feeling after all. It was only when the deviant burn spread that the victim experienced pain. I had learnt that much from observing Kalia and Ortune. After passing the entrance checkpoint, our group gets cleared to enter. Several details stand out to me as we're led deep into the building. Though it sounded like there was significant activity in the distance, the area we were being led through was utterly empty. Down with 1k point, you have so much power. Something like that. Even security details was absent. It seemed the guards weren't authorised to enter this area. Moving around will still be difficult at this rate, though. After being brought to a large junction, individual nurses begin taking us one by one into separate rooms. The nurse assigned to me was wearing a surgical mask and had an average build. After leading me into a checkup room, she closed the door behind us. A raised stretcher, a counter with a faucet, and a closed closet. Perfect. Okay, ma'am. Would you please remove the bandage on your arm and show me a burn? She begins preparing a syringe on the nearby counter. What's in the syringe? A mild reactant meant to calm you down before the procedure. It'll just be a little... After finishing her preparation, she tries to turn around, but I don't let her. I grab her by the wrist and press down on her shoulder blade, pinning her against the counter. What are you? Twisting the syringe out of her hand, I wrap my arm around her neck and cut off her circulation. Maintaining the choke until she goes limp, I insert the tip of the syringe into one of her bulging blood vessels and press down on the plunger. I got a reply from my DM saying it should have been me. Wow. I'll have to read it in a minute. Well, I'll read it once I'm off stream, okay? Mild relaxant was an understatement. I had known from the beginning the sedative was intended to knock out the patient. After all, none of the mended victims outside had been able to describe the treatment process. They'd all said they'd fallen asleep and woken up cured. After stripping the nurse of her uniform, I tie her up using some cravats I find in the closet and gag her using the bandage on my arm. Then I place her in the closet with the recovery position, wash the soot from my arm, and don her uniform. Complete with the mask and cap, it served as an excellent disguise. So far, everything had gone as planned. From here on out, I'll have to improvise. Bringing my ear to the door, I try to gauge the situation outside. Read it anytime I want, I don't really mind as long as you tell me what you think. Don't worry, I'll tell you. It isn't until several minutes pass that the general bustle begins to pick up. Choosing that moment to act, I enter the hallway. Upon exiting, I find myself amidst a stream of nurses carrying stretchers of the deviant burn victims. In addition to being rendered unconscious, the patients have been stripped naked, exposing their injuries to plain view. I begin to move down the hall. Glancing into the rooms that I pass, I spot a lone nurse at the head of a stretcher. As if it were completely natural, I step in and grab the other end. 3, 2, 1. The nurse counts off before lifting in sync with me. Letting her take point, we join the flow of traffic outside. Really young, isn't he? Oh, what's my accent again? She's really young, isn't she? Though it goes well initially, the nurse suddenly starts speaking to me. Yeah. I respond ambiguously as I look down at the patient on the stretcher. It was as the nurse said. The girl couldn't be much older than Kalia, yet she was missing a leg. The deviant burn had spread over nearly half her body. I have a little girl just like her back at home. The nurse falls silent, Her gaze locked straight ahead. I hope she isn't flagged. Flagged. A term that could only carry one meaning. It was as I thought. The hospital was triaging its patients. My eyes drift down to the girl despite myself. Perhaps due to the nurse's influence, I can't help but see Calia's image in the girl's light brown locks and weakly shut eyes. Everyone makes the same face when they're struggling to hold on to life with all they have. Though I want to avert my eyes, for some reason I feel compelled to look. After rounding several corners, we enter a large open area where we're directed to the lay of stretchers down in a grid-like orientation. Okay, damn, I got a freaky reply from the story and I don't think I'm allowed to say it in the chat. Yeah, if it's like that, yeah, don't say it. Jesus Christ. Taking my place along the line of nurses gathered in one end of the room, I watch on as a pair of important-looking people enter the area. You certain there's no other way, Director? There's no doubt. It's identical to the 12th calamity that ravaged our homeland. A silver-haired woman with an air of authority was discussing something with the chief of the Socotroni Guard. We can't save them or half the afflicted? There must be some kind of mistake. Surely there exists UL technology that can treat it. The deviant burn cannot be treated by medical science. Not even amputation or debridement is effective. It is a death sentence that spurns the laws of the world. That we even are able to save half is a fortune our homeland never knew. Before we established the method, the case fatality rate was 100%. I see. I understand now why you were so quick to take the initiative. A clipboard tossing assistant runs up to the duo. Continue as planned. The subordinate nods and dispatches a group of doctors to inspect the patients lying on the ground. One by one, the doctor examines patients before attaching a coloured tag to their stretcher. Black, red. Black, black, red. There remains a problem, though. What do we tell the people? They are beleaguered and battered, and their frustration continues to grow by the hour. Screw Twitch. Hearing the voice but the screen not moving. Sorry! We may see violent protests if we continue to keep them in the dark. We alone will shoulder the truth. If a riot occurs, you have clearance to suppress it through any means necessary. Nearly our entire force has been mobilized here, but I fear that may not be enough. There is no need for alarm. It is a last resort, since they are poorly suited for non-lethal mass suppression, but the lost children are stationed here as well. They are currently carrying out patient acquisition operations at the moment. You even have a system for abducting non-compliant victims, huh? For the sake of saving as many as possible, there is no cross we will not bear. We will go to any lengths towards that end. That is the burden of surviving what we did back in our homeland. If this is the path we must take to save as many as we can, that is what we must do. We will do. The Socotroni Guard will ensure operations of Acheneus are not hindered. A wounded people, scattered by the upheaval of sudden calamity. When forced to confront the reality of their helplessness, they will search for release. Got an screen movie. Yay! Nice. Something. Anything that gives them means to resist their powerlessness. It is a fire that cannot be doused. Should it be forbidden from challenging the source of its frustration, the flames will simply aggress into another direction and consume something else. So screw you, Twitch. Listen, Twitch is just a bit finicky, okay? You can't mean a scapegoat. It happened often back in our homeland. If a scapegoat is created, do not try to save them. We made that mistake in the past. It is not something that bears repeating, Socotrine. Let them have their scapegoat. That is how deep the pus runs in people's hearts. Do you understand? Yes. Having finished her business with him, the director proceeds deeper into the building. Haven't we had enough sacrifices already? Hunching over wearily, the chief departs from the room. Before long, the doctors finish their examinations and head and the head nurse signals us forward. I find myself gravitating towards my previous patient when I find the same nurse from before. Lifting the stretcher up, I begin following a stream of nurses, only to stop short from my partner's resistance. Black doesn't go this way. Letting her take point, we join a different procession of nurses heading deeper in. Ones with missing limbs are always flagged after all. Even though I knew that. Okay, never got to ask. Can I have a quick description of this VN? So, this is a linear visual novel called Fallstreak. So, it's based in a place called Soccer, and it follows a couple of different storylines. One is with Adelise, which she is like a 10, 11-year-old child who happens to be stuck in what's called a golden dream. So she ends up growing up quicker in a dream that seems to keep her from experiencing the world as it is. But at the same time, she is very much curious about everyone around her. And it follows her story alongside her friends. This path, on the other hand, that we're currently reading is through the eyes of Amine, which happens to be another set of characters' mother, who is currently not in the picture, and we're finding out why she's not in the picture. But this visual novel happens to be, again, it's linear, so you don't have any options, so it's basically just a whole bunch of reading. But it's it's how compelling the story is that ended up bringing me in. And you're able to, like, experience multiple perspectives and at least learn how their society has been developed from when this calamity is happening, which is now, to how it is. I will be back in a minute. I just heard something. Give me 1 second. All back and I'm all good. Sorry, I just heard like a really random noise for whatever reason. Anyway, let's go. Several ramps later, we arrive at the metal underground room divided by a partition. There, we're directed to a lift and place the patients on the other side. Upon completing our task, the majority of nurses start to leave. However, my partner doesn't budge from her spot. A departing nurse places her hand on her shoulder. You don't have to watch. But my partner shakes her head. I don't want to look away from what we're doing. When preparations are complete, a woman with steely grey eyes enters the room. It was the director from before, accompanied by a clipboard-totting shadow. Begin. At a command, a click resounds through the room. A deep rumbling begins to fill the air. Beyond the glass, the air starts shimmering as several sections of steel wall flare up. The room was heating up. that they intend to cook the patients alive. Unable to do anything but look on, my eyes drift over to the girl I'd carried here. That's when I notice her beginning to stir. Somebody's moving in there! Someone cries out in horror as they notice as well. The girl sits up. She looks at her hands. Then she begins to scream. Loudly. At the top of her lungs. As the intense heat envelops her, the deviant burns on her hand begin glowing. Briefly, but before surging up her body at an accelerated rate. Okay, I'm starting to get sleepy. Not because it's boring, because of my room. Being too cozy watching like this. You go get some sleep if you need to, digital, okay? Why would pal do this? Visual novel time, let's go. Welcome on in, Tracy. How's it going? How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Don't worry, you missed like a little bit more gruesome stuff. This is like less gruesome than before. It's way too early, it's 8 AM. Oh dear, that's not good. Yeah. How many people died? So there was like this murder of a family before. This is now, this is like a group of, I think it's like 20, 30 people. Quite a few hundred people have now died. Yeah. As the intense heat develops her, the deviant burns on her hands begin glowing brightly before surging up her body and accelerate. Nice, no way. Shocked silence grips the room as the girl collapses and begins weakly crawling along the floor. She doesn't make it far before her body is consumed and she crumbles into glittering dust, but she continues screaming until the very last moment. At my side, I hear a hollow thump as my partner falls to her knees. No. Couldn't have botched the injection, could I? It was as if the room had been traumatized into silence. At long last, the rumbling stops. A hissing sound fills the air as the chamber begins venting. I've seen the visual novel before, but I didn't know it had heavy stuff. Yeah, so it's like, it lures you in with the first like half of it being very much, hey, we're going to explore through a child's vision. And then suddenly murder. Through an entirely different vision. It's great. I love it. And the prequel to this, there's a prequel by the way, is even darker. Remove my blanket, I don't want to sleep while hearing a good story. Oh dear. Director, why can't we terminate the patients before doing it? The deviant burn does not spread on cadavers. Only when it finishes consuming a living subject is a stew's vitae produced. The more people die, the better the story is. I don't make the rules. Okay, so I'm gonna have to make like a one-page story where just everyone dies. I can't do this anymore. Please, no more. We're already short on staff. Even with everyone working around the clock, there are many that are lost due to our own sheer lack of manpower. You know this already. I'm kidding. That's the case. Well. This is the burden those in this post must bear. From now on, ensure you follow protocol and adjust the dosage properly for pediatric patients. Nothing remained of the people beyond the glass, but vaguely shaped piles of glittering dust. Usually killing characters has to be done well, true. Even though I'm not a professional writer, I know how to write a story, and I mean, just because I now have a degree in writing stories, yeah, I get you. Unfairly and without warning, their struggle has ended. I watch on as the dust swirls and coalesces. Yeah, coalesces? Yeah, coalesces. Into tiny orbs. Coalesces! That's the word. Coalesces. You do? Yeah? Yeah, I got a degree in this. Hero stories, yeah. And coalesces in tiny orbs. One for each person that's been inside. Oh, thank you. When the room finishes cooling, we're directed to enter and collect them. The remains of the girl I had carried here. That's true, you did. I pause before them and kneel down. The ones with the missing limbs are always flagged after all. If I bring Kalia here, This is what will become of her. This is how she will end up. The others as well. There was no guarantee they wouldn't be flagged. There was no other option. When no one was looking, I wrapped 4 of the stones up in my handkerchief and secured them on my person. Even through gloves, they had a nauseating feel to them. The skewed ratio of those that had returned. The unusually tight security. And the system designating red and black tags. Everything made sense if these were the key to curing the deviant burn. I did when joining the stream is give a poem. True, and I'm very happy you did. But even upon learning the truth, my objective has not changed. My next course of action: escape. I keep my eyes straight ahead as I traverse the halls of Socrates' main hospital. Though exiting through the side entrance would have been ideal, they had been through the ceiling area off from the rest of the hospital. Time was of the essence. Rather than waste time looking for a way out of the unfamiliar structure, I decided to escape via the main entrance. Kalia, Ortoon, Lynette, Diamant. I held it, the key to saving them. I write poems, but I'm not used to writing in English. Should try one day. One day. If you ever do that, feel free to post it in my server, because there's a little section of it where we can all just post stuff that we like writing, you know? Now the key to saving them. Their lives, their futures. It was an unbelievably heavy weight. Yeah, sure. Yay! But even then, I won't falter. I'll carry it all. Always good to share with you. Always good to share with you guys as well. Speaking of which, it's past 1 o'clock, therefore, the newest story on my blog has finally actually gone up, because I actually wrote one. Yay! Speaking of that, I see a short story there if you want to read it. They indeed digital did. Forward. Forward. The entrance was already in sight. Just a little more. Exiting into the outside world, I find that night is set to descend before long. All I have to do now is pass through the checkpoint. Though freedom was within reach, I control my gait with rigid discipline. Just as I'm about to escape through. Attention all channels! All personnel attempting to leave the ground. A reverberating voice breaks the glass lock in my heart. User 4th is authorized. I stop in place. The world felt like it had gone deathly still. Hey you! Stop right there! A fragile balance. Without hesitation, as he reaches out, I snatch his hand and dip, twisting his wrist back in one fluid motion. Shatter that balance. My steel flickers across his eyes as I bring him to his knees, blinding him. Ah! Streamers of blood chase after me as I dash off, bobbing and weaving through the crowd of onlookers. Get her! Get out of the way! Screams and shrieks pierce through the air as the guard detachment mobilizes to give chase. Having committed the layout of the area to memory, I knew that the closest array of alleys was to my right. Once I bake 3 of the throng, I make a beeline for it. As I pass through the mouth of the alley, my ears catch an order being issued from behind. East perimeter, come in. Suspects being heading your direction through the alleys. They're wearing a nurse uniform and are armed and hostile. Intercept them. After making several turns through the convoluted alley system at full speed, I cut down on my momentum and hone my hearing. The sound of pounding footsteps. Positioning myself behind the next corner, I wait until my target is on the verge of passing before leaping from the shadows with a high-angle feint. Caught off guard, he lifts his sword over his head and tries to parry the foe attack. But before our blades make contact, I drop down and close in, pressing his elbow up to prevent him from bringing his blade to bear. Tracing a tight arc through his gullet, I plunge past him and start running the direction he had come from. However, I find their coverage to be tighter than expected. I was getting boxed in. Eyeing a door at the end of the alley, I rattle it, only to find it locked. It appeared to be an old spring-loaded mechanism without a bolt. Slipping a knife into the door slit, I pry the jam striker plate as far away from the frame as it'll go. Then, wedging a throwing knife into the keyhole, I yank around in an attempt to cause as much damage as possible. When I hear a telltale clatter, I draw back and kick the area next to the doorknob as hard as I can. The door swings open as the wood gives in, the lock has fallen apart. Bah. Footsteps on my 6. Someone was almost right on top of me. Leaping inside, I grab the door and swing it backwards with all my might. Rather than flee further in though, I stand my ground. The moment the door swings open from my target's barreling figure, I whip a throwing knife at his face. Ugh. My target stumbles as the knife sinks into his eye sockets. Before he hits the ground, I step in and around his sword, my blade flashing through his carotid. The hell, he's weird. Twirling away to the sound of an arterial spray, I press deeper into the visibly abandoned house. Beyond one of the windows was an open area. I'm making coffee, I'm starting to fall asleep. I don't want to yet. It's alright, you got this. I snap the rusty fastenings open and dive outside as the sound of pounding footsteps echo through the building. As I roll back onto my feet, I retrieve a throwing knife and hurl it at the window as my pursuers try to follow. A cry of pain rings out as their lead doubles over, temporarily blocking the exit point. 2 throwing knives left. Locating a series of alleys leading away from the open area, I take off with due haste. Escape was imminent at this rate. I had scoped this area out thoroughly beforehand. However, several turns later, I come to a crushing halt. I'd forgotten to take something into account. A wall of rubble that must have fallen from a surrounding unstable building was blocking my path to freedom. Though I try to double back, I find myself cornered. It was an area in the process of cleaning away debris, so there were a few escape points. In that case, I'll have to fight. 3 enemies. Careful, she's dangerous. The guards ready their swords as they fan out to encircle me. Acting before they can completely surround me, I launch myself at one of the guards on my flank. Watch out! However, it's only a feint. The sound of footsteps behind me, I twist and whip a throwing knife at the second guard as he rushes forward to cover his comrade. The knife lances into his arm, causing his sword to fly out before him. I know I fight with that animation. Yeah, I know, right? Reversing my momentum, I snatch the sword out of the air and sink it into his owner's neck as I drop back. I crouch and spin away as the third guard slashes a wide arc at my head. Anticipating a miss on my hind side, I slide and kick off the wall before me, crossing my opponent up as he lunges forward. As I do hurl my final throwing knife into the back of his knee, crippling him as I roll onto my feet. No fighting scenes, only buildings, yeah! On my right. Detecting my oncoming attacks from the first guard, I twist and try to parry. However, the angle is off, and I end up being thrown off balance by the overpowering strike. In a split second, I knew. I couldn't evade the next attack. Resolving to take the blow, I lunge forward in a desperate counterattack, gouging into my opponent's throat at the base of his blade cleaved into my flank. Crushing pain spikes through my body as I pull 3 and stagger away. I only manage several steps before collapsing, though. Damn you! As the last remaining guard limps over to me, raising his sword, a final desperate surge of energy grips my body. I deny it. Gripping my knife by the blunt of the blade, I muster all my ranged strength and whip it skyward. A cacophony of sound fills the air as the pulley system lifting rubble overhead gives. Though my target senses the debris plummeting towards him, due to his injured leg, he is unable to avoid being helplessly crushed. God. Having dove away to avoid the carnage, I pull myself through the dust until I reach a wall. Using it to support my body, I force myself to my feet despite the searing pain. I need to get away from here. Sticky. Warm. Wet. As I stumble down the street, I feel my organs try to spill out from under my hand. Ugh. Sensing a large amount of footsteps, I hide myself in the shadows of a building. She came this way, didn't she? A group of townspeople bearing torches and impromptu weapons were sweeping the streets. The rumours say she'd been using her role as a nurse to seal the hospital's only way of curing burns. Even though so many people needed it. How awful! She's been diluting the salve and selling it at an inflated rate in order to make a fortune. Heard it from someone she tried to sell to. How unforgivable. Thank you for the care package. Coffee's not working. I'm still falling asleep. Better go buy an energy drink if needed. If you need rest, go get rest. The kidnappings too. She must have been minding them as well. How dare she exploit this tragedy in order to profit from our suffering? We can't let her get away with this. Can't let her get away. What? What is this? A bloodlust so palpable it felt cloying was emanating from them. It didn't matter how true any of what they were saying was. It was like an echo chamber. Their wish for an enemy to direct their anger and frustration towards was so overpowering, they were willing to discard their rationality. Damn it. I won't be able to make it back at this rate. Our old place is near here. I legit took a nap after my work, and that nap became a sleep. I woke up 3 to 7. Oh dear. That ain't good. When the mob passes, I dip into my dwindling reserves of strength and lug my heavy body to a certain beat-up building. Mallory and I once called this place home in the past. I need to regain my strength and think of something. Nudging the door closed behind me, I tumble to the ground as the pain intensely overtakes me. Footsteps and muffled shouts ring through the twilight outside as I try to control my ragged breathing. Unable to loosen my guard, I cling on to consciousness, causing time to stretch into an indeterminable haze. In that moment, the doorknob suddenly started jangling. A shiver runs through my body as the door slowly swings open. With trembling arms, I push myself off the ground. I need to fight. Even if I didn't have a weapon, I couldn't let it end here. I need to fight back. Summoning the last of my depleted strength, I lash out desperately at the dark figure looming over me. However, my hand only brushed weakly against them. Amy? Thank you for the head pat, Mobius. Hello, how's it going? How you doing? Welcome on in. Is that you? Amy! This familiar voice. Mallory? Why was she here? What happened? Who did this to you? She cries out in a hushed voice as she brings her face close to me. I messed up. The tension leaks from my body as I collapse to the ground. Pulling bandages and gauze from her bag, Mallory begins stripping me and applying first aid. As she tends to me, I lift my leaden arm and unwrap the handkerchief I've been holding close until now. These things, they're the way to cure the burns. Take them and go. After delivering that message, I let my arm drop back to the ground. I shut my eyes. Now, even if I died, it wouldn't be in vain. Callie and Ortune, Lynette and Demont. With this, they'll be saved. Mallory? When Mallory doesn't respond, I force my eyes open. Amy, you idiot! Her outburst stuns me into silence. I thought you promised. Why? Why do we have to bear the weight all alone? Mallory, you're always like this. Always leaving me behind. Always trying to go somewhere by yourself. Don't you understand how scary and lonely it is? Wondering where you are? Wondering if you're safe? I hate it! Something hot and wet begins to drip onto my bare skin. Thank you for the head pat. Thank you, thank you. You know, I've been looking for someone all day. When I couldn't find them anywhere, I didn't know what to think. She's someone very dear to me, you see. We've been through so much together. But sometimes, she puts a wall up around herself, isolating herself and never letting me worry about her. Even though it hurts so much when she does that, I can never bear the thought of losing her, you know? When Mallory finishes dressing my wound, she begins to do something inexplicable. She begins stripping off her clothes and putting the uniform I've been wearing on. What are you doing? Dread begins to well up in the pit of my stomach as I realise what she's trying to do. Even now, the sound of voices and slamming doors were drawing closer. You're being chased. Her voice was calm and steady, but not even the darkness could hide her trembling figure. No, no, don't. Ignoring me, she starts dressing me in her original clothes. Those people have lost their minds. Even if she managed to turn herself in, not even the guards would be able to protect her. I know. That's why we can't let them find you. Don't go. I grab her hand as she secured the handkerchief containing the cure back onto me. Amy, for as long as I can remember, you've always been the one protecting me. I'm not as strong as you, or as clever as you, but you and I have things I want to protect. Idiot. What are you going to protect with these hands that are shivering so much? Please take care of my children. They're just like their mother after all. Little crybabies that get lonely easily, but try to act so strong. Starting while watching the stream, no way. Fair enough. Mallory smiles that stupid smile of hers. Her smile twists and clenches something in me. It breaks and burns me. Goodbye, Amy. No. I'll see you later. Her voice quavers as she slips free from my grasp, leaving my outstretched hand behind. I wanted to stop her. I wanted to stop her with every fibre of my being. But there was no longer any strength in my body. Even now, darkness was encroaching on my vision. Man's the hater of smiles, for real. No. Stop. I tried to push the darkness back. Stop. But unable to resist any longer, I sink into a deep sea. The image of her receding back burned into my eyes. A sepia dream. Abby! You're making that face again. Her calmness only made my fury boil over more. You don't have to get angry for my sake. She continues to water her crops. Patiently. Tenderly. It was frustrating. Aren't you bitter? Aren't you angry? I am. But it's better to be hurt than to hurt another. If striking back only repeats the cycle, somebody must be the one not to strike back. To not strike back, even. That doesn't guarantee they'll stop. What if they keep hurting you? Even if it takes a while, I believe that they'll stop. Because I believe, in spite of everything, that people are truly good at heart. I couldn't accept what she was saying. The only way to ensure someone stops hurting you is to make it so they can't anymore. You know, when you hurt others like that, you end up hurting yourself as well. She stops and stands there quietly for a moment before looking back at me with a sad smile. That's why it always seems like you're in pain, Abby. I forced my eyes open with a gasp. Mallory. I need to find Mallory. Wincing at the throbbing pain in my side, I pull myself to my feet. At first, I couldn't make sense of where I was heading, but before long I'd realised I had unconsciously set a path towards the Bakia household. Ugh. Every step sends barbs of pain spiking through my body. It's the sun, it's a deadly laser. Valid. But I couldn't afford to slow down. Leaning against the wall to catch my breath, I gather myself and push forward. Mummy? A voice suddenly calls out as I near my destination. The doors swing open and a figure limps out. It's Auntie? Mallory, your mother. Where is your mother? I choke out a barely coherent question in between my ragged breaths, but Alouette only makes a troubled expression. Mummy hasn't come back yet. A surge of electricity crashes over me at Alouette's response. Auntie? Lynette and Dia, give them each one of these. I press 2 of the glittering stones into Alouette's hands before staggering back to the streets. My wound rips open as I break into a shambling gait, dyeing my bandages a fresh shade of red. But I don't stop. Please. Please let her be safe. Dizzyingly fast yet nauseatingly slow. Time taunts me. I return. Welcome back, chicken. How's it going? How you doing? No matter how much I tried to push my body forward, it felt distant and unresponsive. Like moving against an underwater current. I'm almost there. Once I clear the top of this hill, I'll be able to see it. Hacking nurses. Socratrine's main hospital. A place that bore an unspeakable secret. Digging my hand into the earth, I claw myself to the peak. However, the scene that greets me offers nothing but despair. And this is where I'm going to leave it. This is where I'm going to leave it, because it is going to get emotionally downhill from here, and my voice is dying. So with that, I'm going to quickly, you know, just watching my Jesus Christ. But yes, I'm gonna call it there this time, guys. And we're gonna go raid into somebody very cool. Who are we gonna raid into? Good question. Oh dear. Let's see who's here at the moment. Could go here, could go there. Decisions. Let's go with MMA coach. I see. Raid? Yep, we're raiding. I'm just figuring out who to raid. Nope. Because I have too many options, because there's so many cool people. That's the thing. Let's go for it. Let's meet my good friend Sam. They're currently playing Pal World, so that seems quite. We're gonna have something that wakes us up. With Pal World. But let's get the raid messages up too, because why not? So use raid 1 if you're subbed. Use raid 2 if you're not subbed. Don't use a raid message at all if you really don't want to. I mean, it's not like I mind. But yes, if everyone's just joined, thank you so much for joining. It's been an absolute pleasure. For people who've been here the entire time, thank you so much as well. And until the next time these archives are open, you need but simply to ask. Bara, pronoun, enos with the. You guys take care, and tomorrow, stream's gonna be later, but we're gonna have a very special collab. I joined to Mark. Yay! Take care, everybody. Hulva, Amitra, thank you so much for joining and hearing me ramble for like God knows how long. Bye!